Welcome to my channel, Underrated Darkness. Yours truly, the number one grinder, one of the best kept secrets on social media. You better believe that. This is our 23rd Saturday Family Talk. Brother GP in the building. Thanks for coming. We're going to talk about different things today. We are, and then we're going to mostly we're going to talk about the New York City mayor race, and find out some disturbing things. But we're gonna wait till Brother God Nollywood come by. We're gonna break it down. And I'm just saying, it's this that it seems like when it comes to our people are against it. But anybody that, part of the oppression, I'm talking about man or woman, seems like some of us like that, like to be around them. We don't do our history. That's our problem too. So we don't deal with that today. I was on TikTok like a few minutes ago. I was there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. So I got up there, so get on here. So the ones who listen, but I hope people with TikTok come over here and enjoy the conversation. Brother Tom, good afternoon. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. No? So our people, I don't know. Sorry, I can't be around nobody that's gonna oppress me, that oppress our people. I can't be around it. And you always got some of us said, they change, I ain't no change. Because we gotta understand. Hate always inherent. Racism always inherent. That's a vicious cycle. So you got people that hate us centuries ago. It's passed down to families. They always say, "Oh yeah, I deal with black people. I got black friends, or I'm in hip hop, or I'm in music and stuff." But they still got hidden hatred against us. They making money off our culture. That needs to be talked about. So it really bugs me out. My son was thinking. Welcome, brother Jesse. Welcome. So it's crazy. And the sad thing about it, we don't want to set our own differences. I don't know. Some of us, I just don't get it. I don't. I know people like, yeah, you don't how to be YouTube, man. I'll be on other platform, man. I don't. I ain't talking about y'all, man. But, okay. Some I give this is like brother GP, the brother Tom, just good people. Some of you, For me, I just don't know. I can say I don't know. I cannot say I don't know. How could we say that we for our people, but we dealing with people that have our own interests? We marrying people do not have our own interests. We got family members do not have our own interests. Now, there are some people you marry, you want to be married. All right, cool. There's a few that are that are down with us. That's not us, not our color. And there are some families, and then their families don't want to be around. We got to salute them to that. So yeah, gotta cut this down too. Gotta cut this down. I'm sorry. Say you want the link, only I'll let people know that I already know. That's how it goes. So that's how I do it. But I'm glad that you're here. Enjoy the conversation. Enjoy the conversation. To my underrated one family, my day ones and ones along the way, thank y'all. Let's keep on fighting for the truth and stand on it. My underrated one family, to my No Ducks on fam, to the No Ducks on family, brother Clash playing his wife. Welcome, Sister Masona tonight. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. To Brother McClain and his wife and the rest of brother sisters. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the movement right there. D Love in the building. Thank you, Dick. Hey, thank you. Thanks for coming, sis. Got Sister Mashona Knight and Sister D Love in the building. That's what's up. Well, I'm saying that I don't know what's up with some of us sometimes, man. I really don't. So this is how I'm gonna do it. The ones that I want to come to the panel, that's what I want. That's what I want. That's how I'm gonna do it from now on. I said, such come up. That means hit the link and hit the link in the chat. Don't come up here if I ain't mention you. Let you know right now, it ain't gonna be sweet. Let you know right now. Don't say you have been warned. But I hope everybody is fine. I know you see the thumbnail. We're gonna talk about that. I hope everybody's all right with your families. So just waiting to hope everybody's fine. This is the first day of November. Things is gonna be crazy. Please protect yourselves at all times, family. Please. Uh, I'm glad that you're here. Well, glad everybody's doing all right. Can y'all tell me how the weather is where y'all at, please? Tell me where the weather. Let me know how the weather where you're at. Put it in the chat. Let me know. Thank you, D Love. I'm back. It's 41 here, cold rating off and on. It's supposed to be the other storm watch. I don't know how true that is. Anybody else? But well, we just need to be careful, family out here. All jokes aside, we gotta be careful. But hope everybody doing all right. If y'all can hear me, press one. If y'all can hear me, press one. Traveling, be safe. Okay. That's what's up. Like that. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Anybody else? No. Well, what I'm gonna do, while you're waiting, I'm gonna read about this person that is running for New York mayor. You know, his name is Zohran Kwame Manthea. Well, I think what's on the night, she's from New York, so she probably know about it. But I'm gonna read this. He was born 18 October 18, 1991. Is an American politician who served since 2020 as a member of New York State Assembly from the 36th District, representing Queens neighborhood of Astoria. A member of the Democratic Party and Democrat Socialists of America. He is a Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City in the 2025 election. Citizenship Uganda / United States. Other politician affiliation Democratic Socialists of America, working families. Spouses, all right. Parents, Mamadou Mamadi, father, Mara Na, mother. Education, Bowdoin College, BA, to his website. Okay. He was born in Kabaras, Uganda, to academic Mado Madan and filmmaker Mara Nada. That's mother father. The family immigrated to South Africa when he was 5 years old, and then to the United States when he was 7. Settled in New York City. MAMDANI graduated from the Bronx High School of Science and earned a bachelor's degree of Africana Studies from Bardina College. Wow. Whew. Thought I heard it all. After working as a housing counselor and hip hop musician, he entered local politics as a campaign manager for Kadin Yaim and Ross Barker. MAMDANI was the first elected to the New York State Assembly in 2020, defeated five-term incumbent Avida Simdat in the Democratic primary. He was reelected without opposition in 2022 and in 2024. In October 2024, MAMDANI announced his candidacy for mayor of New York City. In the 2025 election, he won the primary in an upset victory over Andrew Cuomo. His campaign platform includes support of fair, free city busing, public child care, city-owned grocery stores, LGBTQ rights, a rent freeze on rent. All right, stay right there, brother. Stay right there. Don't go nowhere. Stay right there. This link is for God in Hollywood for now. This link is for God, brother, God in Hollywood. Nobody else touch it. That's just for him for now. Okay.
Yeah, what's good, King?
I'm all right. How you feel?
I'm good. I'm good. Feeling good, man.
I know we're going to talk about different things. But we're going to talk about what we talked about last night.
That's right.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to let you know. I read some of it, but you could paraphrase it, please? For me, I read some of it already. I got the beginning of it. But I know people say, why are you talking about it? Because, and it's not like, oh, yeah, I'm taking a brother God now. What he talking about? Because it's not even that. But we still, some of our people, we still got this mindset that we want us to oppress them. And we fail to understand this. There's some of the stuff I did say to God in Hollywood, but some of it I'm not gonna say it on here, but he gonna understand what I'm saying. It's just what I'm saying, there's a pattern of inheritance of oppressive families that we want to listen to. And that is very dangerous because they don't never have no interest of us. And so what I'm going to do, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try my best. Let me see. Copy link. Okay. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna post it in here, family. So when me, brother Garnali, we're talking about, y'all gonna get it. So I'll
I
tell
want to
you
say,
this.
I just
Go
want to
ahead,
say, hotel. No, I just want to say, hotel to D Love. I see you. Shout out to D Love. Go ahead, brother. I just want to say that. Is it possible that you could screen share on here or no?
I think I can. I probably need some help. Hold on, let me.
Or we could just discuss it, because we already read it. We already read what he was about, last night. So.
Well, I already posted in there right now, so they can follow along and read it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I already posted it in. So family, grab it. We're going. Well, you go ahead and start off, bro. Go start.
Yeah, man. So the discussion was about we was on TikTok and we was talking about, we had a few people on the panel. So they was talking about this man, this dude, what's his name? Mbindi, or whatever his name is. So basically we found out, we did a little research about him, and his family comes from Bombay, India, right? And his whole family is Indian. So, but they moved to Uganda. So he was born in Uganda, and so his nationality is Ugandan. I guess he called himself Ugandan. So then they moved to South Africa, and then they came to the United States. So, but then he said that he was he loved hip hop, and we already know hip hop comes from African descendants, or I would say the American Africans. So he's like really big on hip hop, and they say he was a hip hop, he was a rapper, and all this other stuff. And if you go listen to his political views, he said, they said that he was against the police. He was planning on calling the police NYPD racist, and he said that he apologized. He's willing to work with police. Then he's saying that as far as transit, he said he's going to make New York Transit buses free. He said that he's gonna make these top dogs to pay for it. He's gonna stabilize rent and all this other stuff. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if you really read that stuff, it's more of a pipe dream. It's just he just want to get votes. But what got me was he really concentrated and focused on the LGBT. Like he really want to give this group special rights. And I said, damn, this man lived in Uganda. I would say he lived in Africa, and has said nothing about Black people in the United States, has said nothing about what he's going to do for us as a politician. So I don't want to hear when people say, well, he's not because I've heard this when Barack Obama was, well, he's not the president for Black people, but it's okay to isolate us from and take another group of people and say, well, you're going to do for them. But he's not the politician of LGBT. He's not the politician of migrants. He's not the politician for these people. So I can say the same thing. So and then what got me was we already know the history of Indians, of East Indians. We know the history. They don't like Black people. They don't like African people. Look at Gandhi. This Gandhi lived in South Africa, and he hated Black people. Just because somebody live among you, that don't mean they like you. And then on top of that, he's a Muslim, and we already know has Islam, has the European Europeans, and this guy look European. He can pass for an Arab. And if you really look at it, we already know that the sub-Saharan slave trade lasts longer than the translated slave trade.
And they was first start.
They were the first ones, yes, and they were more brutal. You know what I'm saying? So here's a Muslim who advocate LGBTQ. Does that make any sense? You know what I'm saying? Where's your moral values? I mean, where's the, you know what I'm saying? Like, you supposed to be, I thought that, well, if you're a Christian, or if you're a Christian, or you're a Muslim, you're supposed to be against certain things. Now, if you want to do something for New York as a whole, doesn't matter, because he did say that it doesn't matter if your sexual orientation, doesn't matter if your race and all that, then speak for that. The LGBT thing should not even be equated in your politics.
And also too, when y'all re-upping it, he said he gonna have a special office for the LGBT.
Mm-hmm.
I want y'all to think about that.
Yeah. Yep.
12 hours. You got 12 hours. You can come up. I'll put the link in there again. 12 hours. I want you to come up. Cause you up.
Oh, Nice said, don't forget the history of Indians. Uganda has enslaved black people, and blacks are being treated like third-class citizens in their own countries. Facts.
Yeah.
So Indian people have a long history, man. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. And then if you look at the India, they're the biggest scammers. They will scam you out your money. They the one who will call you up, and they the technician, or your computer's not working, and they'll scam you. Like, there's a big scam thing with these motherfuckers. Excuse my language, but yeah, they're the biggest scammers.
So 12 hours, come up. 12 hours, come up. Yeah, come on up. 12 hours, we want you to come up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, see, this is what I'm saying. It's got to be truth talking. And I mean, that's the point that Sister Michelle and Night Talk saying. That's the point. And let me go back here, brother. As you know, and you two and a few others, I have talked about for a long time, have the Indians had enslaved Africans, especially in this country.
And then he named himself after the Ghana president, Kwame Nkrumah. He named himself. Like, come on, man. Like, you taking, like, he's a pretender, man. Like, and I hate that they take stuff from our people, and then they try to, but they don't root for us when they become politicians. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't root for us. They don't give us. They don't say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna make sure there will. I'm gonna put a bill saying that if you unalive a innocent brother, you're looking at life. If you're a police officer, and if you commit a hate crime against an unarmed or unthreatening black man, black woman, or black child, you will get life, or you were looking at the death penalty. I mean, there's no law. There's no law to protect us. Still, there's no law to protect us.
Let's understand this talk. We're not just talking about New York. We're talking all around this country. We just concentrate over here because this happened, and for me, born and raised in New York.
Facts.
This has been going on for a long time, fam.
Mm-hmm.
So Because I know there gonna be some people say you don't live in New York no more. You don't be, but I do. But yeah, but I do have trace New York, so I know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying this though. Let's go. Then I'm gonna do a little live about why also is going on throughout this country too. That's gonna be sometime before the year's out. I got see what's up. But
But
I'm just
here's the
saying.
thing. But here's the thing. I didn't mean to cut you off. But here's the thing. He's talking about all this pipe dream stuff. But it's like, where the money's coming from? Where the money? Who's going to pay for all this free bus rides? You know what I'm saying? Like, the money got to come from somewhere. I mean, he's 34 years old. This guy's 34 years old. We don't know nothing about this guy. And he said, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. But he's not saying how he's going to do it.
I'm gonna tell you why he can't do it. So you're gonna ask the Teamsters, right, in New York City. I'm talking about the union, give them money, right? You gonna ask you gonna ask NYPD, right? Give you money. That's not gonna work. Then you gonna
Mm-mm.
take the New York City Transit Authority that have many connections of different transportations that goes outside New York.
Right. Yep.
We forgot talking about train to the plane.
Yep.
That's gonna mess that up. Even like you have buses that go to LaGuardia Airport.
That's right.
It trickled down, but what is you doing? It's gonna hurt everybody. Then you got the PAT train, Jersey. You got New
Mm-hmm.
Jersey Transit. Um, the buses. Then you got and you can think Amtrak. Then you forgot about Port Authority.
Right. New York is definitely, they depend. That's where the majority of the money comes from transit. That's how they make their money. So I
Then
don't
you
know.
gonna
Go ahead,
I,
bro. Sorry.
I mean cut you off. And then we ain't talking about the cars. Now you gonna have more cars driving.
Mm. It's gonna be even more congested.
Yeah. The regular working people, and people on fixed incomes would be paying more taxes. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's gonna come from. But according to him, he's gonna let the big shots going to pay for the colleges. He's going to try to make SUNY and CUNY colleges for free, and he's going to have the big shots pay for it.
That's what happened.
Ain't that? Yo.
This is what I'm saying. And they never was a big fan of the colleges you're talking about. What is you talking about?
It's like I said, anybody, it's all in there. It's all in his. It's all in the Wikipedia. It's all in there.
Y'all is in there. Share it again. Cause hey, some people think we lying, bro. We make things up.
Yeah, we was just because that was the talk on TikTok. And we had a couple of individuals like, oh, I'm going to vote for him. And one girl, remember, she was like, oh, and the first thing she said, it's for our children, and he's for our babies, and one of the things she said, oh, he's going to make transit free. I said free, and I know you and I was like, how's that possible? But I thought she was lying until I looked it up. I'm like, oh, shit, he did say that. I was like, how you going to do that?
What? He want to have money to have an office of LGBTQ.
Mm-hmm. That's what got me. It's like that's what got me, bro. I was like, damn, be like, here we go again. And you was born in Africa, or either raised. I think he was raised or born in Africa. Okay, you okay. You know, Uganda don't play that. Don't they have an anti-homosexual law in Uganda?
Yep, they sure do.
Huh? And you fought. Wow.
Guys, if you don't come up, you can. Matter of fact, want you to come up. I want you to come up because you went to politics up there. You know what's going on. Because the people be thinking now that me and brother here, we don't know what we talking about. And man, the brother right here, he in New York too. So I'm just saying. This was 12 vows, yo, 12 vows. It's crazy. And so when he inside, and let me make this point too. When he was raised South Africa, at that time, that was still apartheid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when his family migrated there, yep.
Yeah, they still apartheid.
That's crazy, man. She said, yes, many young people like Zohran. The opponent say he's getting the attention of what's his name?
Gentrifiers.
Gentrifiers. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but see, this is what I'm saying.
He
This is a
said
dangerous game, though.
she said he's playing game. He's playing the game. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's playing the game. But this
A
is but like
dangerous game.
again, but hold on, but again, the same thing with Barack Obama. Didn't he play
Yeah.
on the weak minds of college students? And that's the reason why how he got elected. Because all the college students, oh, I'm going to vote because he's black. But they didn't know his policies. They didn't know his policies. They didn't know none of his policies. But this is the same thing over again. He's gonna get in there, and next thing you know, it's gonna be a whole nother turnaround. We can't fall for the same hokey doke twice. I want to know what the young people like him for. I'm kind of curious about that. Why these young people like him for?
Um,
Hey, 12 L's.
what's up, 12 hours? What's up, sis?
Hi guys, happy November. So I want to just make one correction. I don't know what's going on because I was in the campaign office supporting Mayor Adams, and they didn't tell us that he was planning on dropping out. I heard about it. I heard about it on video, on media. The my direct supervisor that I was working for never called me. She didn't say not that they were closing the office. It was
Mm,
just,
Uh,
it was. I mean, it's outrageous. Like the stuff that's going on, I feel is super political because we all know Muslims do not play. No, I mean, first of all, let's correct that. We don't. Everybody doesn't know about Muslims, but
mhm.
people that know Muslims know that they do not condone the lifestyle that the LGBT represents.
Correct.
oops.
And
Yep.
if they participated in Juneteenth with actual Muslims on 116th Street, people that go to the mosque, they would know that they specifically say that they're not in support of that lifestyle. If they go
Hmm.
to an event by them. So it just shows you how the Democrats allow people to lie in their face, and they move forward with that, and it's on the public to not entertain them because they called I feel like they don't change their game book. The playbook that they go, they stay with it. They don't care, right? And all they're doing is trying to bring a younger person to us that's gonna stay with the same game book because
Mm-hmm.
Bill Clinton came on Arsenio Hall. He played the saxophone. People said
Mm-hmm.
he's going to be our first black president. He was clearly a white man. So why
Mm-hmm.
not bring Kamala, who's clearly not a black woman, and say she's black? The
Mm-hmm.
Democrats been calling people that were non-black black the whole time, and then they still do that, saying that we support minorities when they're really supporting illegals.
Mm-hmm.
All they mean when they say they support minorities is that they support non-blacks.
But you know,
And we
12
have
hours. But you know,
mhm.
12 hours. I'm playing devil advocate. Just a joke, y'all. You better stop talking about Kamala Harris because she's a woman. You supposed to stick
Okay.
with women. God
I would
damn.
support that better than to say she's a black woman and when they get with the men at the barbershop and they say they don't feel she's black or they don't trust her to call them names. You know, like I thought that was so irresponsible and unprofessional. So y'all just don't want a woman. You asked them for what their opinion is, and then because it wasn't, see, this is another thing that bothers me. They want to pretend that they're going to the public and doing things unscripted, right? Because when they do something unscripted, you chance somebody that doesn't agree with your narrative. And once
Mm-hmm.
you don't agree with their narrative, they go off on you. And you
Mm-hmm.
see how they're very irresponsible, they're very unprofessional. They don't want you to think differently from them. And I don't like the way that they present themselves. Anytime you really get with the public and they disagree with them, they get gangster on you. Oh, shut up. Oh, you don't do that. Then they try to overtalk you. They try to do all this nonsense when you're seeing right through them. You see that they're playing a game of tricks right in front of you. They're very much into politics. Now, yes, they say everybody's into it, but what I'm saying is Zoran is an assemblyman. He's been an assemblyman since 2021. If he could change, they said it's the assemblymen that are able to stop payment for the city when it comes to free busing. If he could do it, he could have already done it. People are
Mm-hmm.
so like they get on my nerves when they talk about like when Cuomo talks about Zoran, he says this guy he's never worked in his life. He's an assemblyman already. He's already
Mm-hmm.
in there. He said he's in the Bernie camp. He said he's been working for Bernie Sanders. He has the way that Cuomo presents him because he's young, he's still lying. This guy has been an assemblyman. He is working. He does have a job. And he doesn't just have a job, he has a job in our government. So to ignore that is outrageous to me. The person who's not in government and never been in government is Saliva. So Curtis Saliva has not been in government. Curtis Saliva is not a Democrat. They want to talk about what we don't have, but it's been under Democratic regime, right? So the
Mm-hmm.
Democrats has been in position and they haven't been doing it. So why should I
Mm-hmm.
vote for another Democrat? Does that make sense to
Mm-hmm.
any of y'all? Why would I vote for another Democrat if under the Democrats nothing has been getting done that I want to get done? It just keeps getting worse. That
Mm-hmm.
means I gotta vote somebody that's not a Democrat.
But we
Mm.
were talking about
That's
12
big.
hours, right? That the link is in there. I want you to read his bio. It's very troublesome. It's very, very troublesome. Now, 12 hours know me just like God Nollywood had known me for years. And I can say the part of under my underrated white family, they have to start when they was there when I started it. Am I correct?
You're right.
Yeah, we day ones. We day ones.
These are my day ones.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying right now is this: that all I just need to say, just read this and understand this. Gotta do your history, family. You gotta go deep in your history, family. We gotta start just thinking about this person Oh, this person nice and everything. Now, me born and raised in New York, the fabric is like this. If you ain't from New York, they ain't getting you in. Now, the young ones can say all they want to. Now, people could talk about the former mayor. Now, I'm kicking facts right here, and they can back me up. You know why he voted? Because he's from New York. He part of the fabric of New York. Anything that is different from New York, it ain't gonna last. This person talking about defund the NYPD.
Which he backtracked. He said no. He said no.
Backtracked.
I didn't say that.
He backtracked. We read that. Me and Underrated. Yeah, you're right, sis. Me and Underrated. We read that yesterday.
Right. He doubled back on that.
Yes. And he apologized, talking about apologize. Why you apologize? Because you stated the NYPD are racist. Why are you apologizing? They're all fucking racist.
He's a Democrat.
Excuse my language.
Because he's a Democrat.
And then this is what I'm saying. This is the same person from India. Like I'm going back what the brother guy Nali was saying. We talking facts here. They never liked us as African to sit around the world.
That's right. Check that. Tell people check the history.
Check out the history. You got to go back. See, you know, I'm glad 12 Rounds are here. You know, 12 Rounds told me, she said, JT, you guys talk back now because these people now listen. And then you got my brother DJ, yo, bro, you got to start to teach more. But you know, I love TikTok. But you know, that's, you know, I love TikTok. But you know, I really do because TikTok loves me too, loves me back too. But I'll talk about that in a few minutes. But I'm just saying, I'm tired that when I come back with some truth, I ain't talking about y'all in the chat, but the people outside, y'all don't want to listen to it. Y'all don't want to listen to nothing. We deal with a person that when he was born, he was raised in Uganda, got citizenship in Uganda, that's South Africa, that's part of apartheid. The Indians never liked us. Then they come to the United States, coming about what some kind of take up Americana. Then they go to Americana. Oh yeah, I'm a hip hop head. I love hip hop.
That's how they always play us. Democrats.
Oh,
that's that Democrat stuff.
Yeah, that's part right. That's part of Democrat playbook.
That's playbook.
That's right.
Why your mama gotta know about Tupac? What is knowing about Tupac got to do with her position? She's running for president, for God's sake. What the hell does that got to do with anything? Why does that have to resonate with black people? They so stupid.
But this is what I'm saying, though. But check this out, though. But this is what I'm saying, though. These people right here don't like us. And they heard from their grandmothers, their great-great-grandfathers, into their mother fathers, into him. And you let this motherfucker in hip hop, you know, he sponsored all this up, and then now he turned against us as a people, including hip hop, yo. He is going against what hip hop stands for back in when it started 1973. Family. Now,
but the problem is. The problem is that they don't like us, but they want to be invited to the cookout. See, this is the problem. They want to be there. They're gonna be there. They're gonna be there. They want to dance with us. We can't forget Roland Martin dancing with Hillary. What is her dancing with Hillary? Hillary Clinton said, what did she say about black men? She said that they were super predators.
That's right.
But he gonna dance with her. They appeal to us.
Did she do the Dougie? Did she do the Dougie?
That's crazy. I mean, look how they do us. Come on. They can put on a Michael Jackson. Don't let them play Michael Jackson. Oh my God.
And 12 L's. Don't forget the hot sauce in the purse.
Oh yes, come
No,
on,
no,
and
no.
that's supposed to be so relatable.
You left one out. You left one out. 12 hours. You left one out. Brother Nollywood. You left one out. Family in the chat. I wash out my. I watch out my collard greens
Collard
in
greens.
the tub.
Oh my God. Oh, like the
Lies.
insult
You
is
don't
just
even
like,
eat those. That Indian woman. I'm telling you, these people be straight up lying to be relatable to us.
Collard greens in a tub.
I
You can take
can't, I
no,
can't,
whoa,
I
why?
can't with these people.
And check this out though. And people hear this. And then when she come in
Oh,
our community, she got the nerve to wear Timbs.
What? Oh, I didn't
oh
know that
wow.
one. I didn't know
That
that
ain't
one.
no.
Yeah.
I didn't
Wow.
know that one.
Oh
I
my
see it.
God.
I beat it.
I can't.
Let them turn the hat to the side. Oh, wait a minute.
Shakur shit.
But remember the outrage because Trump did the gold sneakers. Remember that? And
Yeah.
Fat Joe brought a pair because Fat Joe said, "Oh, this is gonna be epic," and he brought it, and Trump did win. Remember, people got mad
hmm
with Fat Joe for
But
buying a gold pair of Timbs. He said,
but
"Why can't I buy? I'm a sneaker collector." Remember, the community got mad with him. Like Fat Joe got a lot of flack for anything, for all that stuff, all that shenanigans.
but check it out though, right? Let's bring it home here because we talk truths over here, right? We talk the truth over here, right?
Yes,
Right.
All right. Now work with me here, right? You talking about Hispanics and stuff. We gonna get on because like I said, me and Guy Nollywood here, we gonna have fun today. We gonna call this the truth fun. Yeah, I call it the truth fun. I think I'm gonna do a series of truth funs. And I feel I have fun. But see, over 50% of white women, right, have voted for Trump. Am I correct? 12 hours.
correct. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Because I asked because he in politics. So people say, you know what? I get the right source of my sister, right? Rural America, right? Basically white, had voted for Trump, right?
right.
Right.
Okay. Now the Hispanics, right, in this country, right, almost 50% had voted for Trump, right?
Right.
Who identify as white. They have right. They identify as white.
Thanks for
The majority
correcting
of them do.
me,
Yeah.
thanks for correcting me. They identified as white. So that means that percentage should be higher, right?
That's why the percentage is high because they identify as white.
Right, all right. But just check this out, though. But he sent ICE to their community and deport them back
That's right.
and break up families. Where's the outrage of that? But see, you call us African descendant countries that we stupid, right? But in 64, if I'm not mistaken, we fought for your rights and everybody's rights. But look what happened. We're in 2025. We don't have no rights.
But I saw this commentary done on the migration. You know, the ICE pulling the fathers away from the kids, right? It was a black guy, and he said that's the same thing. He said that's the same thing that happens to black men. He says our black men get pulled away into jail, many of them wrongfully convicted, and there's no outrage about what about the families, you're tearing the families. He said that's what America do. He said you want to run here, migrate here, that's what they do. They tear the families apart. He said, so welcome to America. I loved it because that's what they do. They rip on. There was a commentator who was going reviewing the ICE raids and how in Chicago and stuff they got the families pulling on to the fathers. He said that's what they do to us, the black people. He said half the time they pulling us away. They're wrongful convictions.
All
It's ridiculous, and I loved it because these people, they come to America like America doesn't already have a stain. It has a stain from the Native Americans to the Black American. You know what I mean? It's already a stain here. So for you to come here thinking that you, as a non-white person, is gonna come here with some kind of dream with a house, a picket fence, and your damn dog and your kids, you're crazy.
look, I don't have
They
no
It's
sympathy.
not for you.
I don't
they
have no
they
sympathy for nothing.
they have this people from other races that have this notion that anything uh anything that's dehumanizing is only should happen to black people. So they came over. Some of these foreigners, they come over here, and these white foreigners, I should say, it doesn't matter if whatever they come from. They have this notion like, well, uh, I should not be treated like a black person. I should be treated with privilege or whatever. So when you talk about these Eurocentric Latinos, they have that same mindset. They have that same
Definitely.
mindset, like, oh, I'm white, and even though I speak Spanish, and my descendant, and they say my descendants come from Spain. I should be treated with dignity and respect, and should have the privilege. You can never treat me like you would do a black person. And this is the mindset that they have.
And
But
it's
you
and it's
know,
unacceptable.
but you know what you do, but you know what it is though, right? And everything what you're saying is right. But I'm gonna put a little, not gonna say put a spin on, but I'm gonna go build on it, right? But would you know what the Republican Party did? Let's stop saying Republican. We're gonna say Trump Party. You know what Trump Party said? I don't care what color you're, nigga. You going back. It's our time. I don't care. We don't
He
go to
said,
your
"You're not
house.
American."
You
He
get
said,
you
"You're
get
not
out of here.
American. Get out of here."
Go. I don't care.
Hmm.
I'm gonna break every law in the Constitution. I don't care. You going back.
Hmm.
And you know what? And I'll be like this. Listen, I'm not a Trump fan, so I don't want people to come. I'm not a Trump fan, but I'm just saying like this, though. They
And they the
might
one
be,
who voted. They
yeah.
the one who voted for him. They the one who
And
voted
they
for him.
voted for. Check it. This is what I'm saying. They voted for him, and look how he treated y'all. But now you want to say African descent help y'all out? Nah, we sitting this one out.
Hmm.
We gotta
But
sit
you
the
know
one
what I
out.
want to say? What I want to say on how people are voting, right? See, the issue is like when you say, "But I told y'all," and you're telling them, see, you're not verified with them, right? So the people that they trust, who unfortunately has been brought and paid for, right? The puppets, they're puppets. They believe them, right? So they have the look, they wearing the suits, they got the position. So the people go to them and they trust them. And the thing that is so frustrating for me is that they will blatantly lie in front of them, and the people will not do their own research because they
Hmm.
are looking to them to trust them. So all you have to do is say that the emperor, who's naked, is wearing a great outfit, and the people will say, "Wow, he really is." And his outfit is blue. Yes, his outfit is blue. That's it. And this is
Hmm.
the whole thing about people being sheep. They are sheep. We have the majority of people, they're just following whatever. That's why we still have commercials, we still have trends, we still have everything we've always had because people like to follow trends. So
Hmm.
if they say that wearing a gold chain means something, they're going to throw a gold chain on somebody that's clearly not what we used to. The LL Cool J days or have been changed around. They'll have somebody that's wearing a skirt and a row of beads with a scarf tied around his head and say that he's hard. And the people say,
Hmm.
"Yeah, he's hard." It's the craziest
Hmm.
stuff. Like I've never seen things so outrageously warped and messy. They just use words, but nothing that you see is going along with those words. Like they have decided we don't want black and white anymore. We want to warp things. We want everything great. The guy he's wearing high heels with a full beard on,
Yeah.
muscular dude, and he's saying he's a woman, or he got these
Mm,
feminine ways, wearing lip gloss, and these
mm,
people are
Yeah.
accepting
mm,
it. It's outrageous to me. It's sickening.
mm. It's very sickening. Mm,
Hey, you know what? What you just said. Um,
wow.
for a
Mm,
fruity,
mm,
you remember this the cereal named Fruity Loops.
Yes.
mhm.
You know what? I don't even look at Fruity Loops the same anymore. I don't even look at cereal the same anymore. I just don't. I look at them and say, no, that LGBT, no, I can't
I
do it.
know.
I was going. Let me tell you, I went shopping. Your family, this is the truth. Listen, you know me. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I had to taste some skips. I ain't lying to you. You know, we grew up on skips. Now, you know, anybody can say ain't on skips. I pick up skips, I like this, and I see the rainbow. I said, I put it right back. No, I ain't doing the LGBT. No. Over the rainbow. I read Riz of Oz, 1939. I get that, but then I look at that. No, I put it right back there. They have the, they had the symbol. No, I put it back. No, why? No, that's all right. No, can't do it. Nope, they ain't do it. No, nah, no. People and see, and people take it like they take it to the stream, and y'all know. This is what I'm saying. That we know it's inhuman, right? And you know that's not nature, right? And you still push it.
Mhm.
So this is what I'm at. Right, we gotta have this conversation. Is this
And it's
that
and it's important. It's important to have the conversation.
we gotta have
Important
this
to break things
conversation?
down. It is.
Yeah, but I want to see. I want to get this out. I want to have this conversation right now. I've been want to have it, but but I want to have this conversation. I'm glad you're up here. And I want people to engage in the chat too. When I have this conversation, is this that? How to say this? So, because a lot of things are spinning in my mind right now. So just bear with me in a few seconds. My thing is this that the LGBT, right? Now the choice becomes the truth. That's what we see in that now. The choice becomes the truth now, and they feel
What do
that
you mean?
truth is the truth. But at the same time, go back to what I'm saying. Just little less than a minute ago, that it's inhuman and it's not natural. So this is what I'm saying here. These are the same people that they believe in God, right? If you believe in
Mhm.
God, it should not be a gay pastor or lesbian pastor, right? But see, the sad thing about it, right? Get back to the Democrat, because we're gonna see Republicans doing the same thing too. They can hide their hand and all that moves. And you're in office anyway. So your hand, y'all don't have a hard hand. Y'all got a lot of colorful broken hands, if you know what I mean. So we broken, y'all got mostly off all the branch office. So we ain't gonna talk about y'all because y'all full of it anyway. But get back to the Democrat Party. Y'all be playing this game around almost about going on over 70 some years. But who the one that built the Democrat Party for the last 70 years?
But but that's what people gotta really pay attention to, right? Like people have to, like when we talk about EBT, right? When we talk about EBT, yes, it is originally for temporary assistance,
Mhm.
but we know that people have been using it permanently and passing it on to their families. This is
Mhm.
something that has been happening. but they don't want to change. See, the thing that I find that's a problem with the Democratic Party is that when they see systems are being used differently than the way that it was originally done, they don't change it. But they do, but white people, they will change it. When their kid get dependent on drugs, then instead of calling them a drug addict, they're gonna say that they have a medical problem. And then
Right,
they're gonna
right.
twist that shit up and they're gonna get a law for them.
But
But
see,
when
Mm-hmm.
they see our people are using shit that's temporary, oh, excuse me, let me not curse. Let me be respectful in the channel. When black people see that our people are using temporary things because we continue to stay in a below poverty level, then we should stop calling it temporary and say, well, this is permanent housing for these group of people because they don't move on. The kids don't finish school. So all they do is say, "Oh, you got pregnant? Okay, get on the system." They put them on the
Mm-hmm.
system. They got several generations living in an area that they claim was originally, but it's not. It's not being used that way. So because it's not being used that way, they have to change it, like they do with the white people. See, people talk about white people all the time, but they don't follow what white people do. Because once they're
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden kid has a drug problem. What did he do? He gave everybody crack pipes. Did you believe that? He gave every
Yeah.
state a box of crack in it. Like crack don't got no problem. Like a crack
Mm,
pipe is not a problem.
mm,
but see,
mm.
the point that I want to make,
Wow.
me and God like we're talking about. But you know what the sad thing about it, and I know besides that, we got to talk about this very seriously. The ones who's really hurting is the ones on disability and the ones that veterans and stuff. They the
Which they
one
don't
is really hurting. And we don't want to talk about that because I'm not talking about y'all two, but we got to talk about that because these are the ones hurting. These are the ones doing the right thing. These are the ones that really need help sustain their lives. But it seems like they in the corner, they forgot. And these are the ones going to really hurt. These are the ones like on disability. You gotta have like I'm going talking about certain things, brother God now, and you know, Sister 12, but we talk about this too in the past too. You know, see, some people on disability, when they get their medicine, they have to have a special food to eat with that food, so their message could, when they take a message, agree with them, so they could get better. Do you understand? Do you
Right, right.
understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When you
and
take it away, that means prescriptions go up high, family. You talk about the veterans. The veterans had to need their medicine. They had the transportation to take them to the hospital so they can get the necessary treatment that they should. Part of it is EBT.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that they
And we
don't
don't
care.
want to talk about that.
But no,
We
but
don't
we know that they don't care.
we don't want to talk about that.
Like the
It's
first
a
thing that
ripple,
they
it's a
do
ripple
is
effect.
But the first thing they do is cut senior programs. When it comes to the
Mm,
community centers, they always cut them. When they know that those seniors don't like to cook, they're old, they come to the senior
mm-hmm.
centers so they can have community, they can socialize, they can get a hot meal, and also bring something home. And that's the
Mm-hmm.
first thing the city budget will cut. So we already know they don't care. So when they bring up something that they don't care about, we know that is a smoke stream. We got to teach people the gameplay that they do. When they do something that we know they don't care about, it's a smoke stream to something else because we know they don't care about nobody on EBT. Come on now. Oh, so what? They
Mm-hmm.
don't care about people on EBT. Since when they care? They've been letting them cheat and sell their damn shit all this time. Excuse me for cursing. Is just bullshit. Excuse me for cursing.
You right. That's all right. They
It's
know
very
something.
frustrating because they know that they don't care. It's an issue, but they don't care. They cut food pantries all the time. They know people. Listen, my neighborhood had a community garden. My neighborhood had a church that had a narcotics anonymous program in there. They destroyed both of those places. They
Mm,
destroyed it. They don't care. They don't care about people that drug dependent. They do not care about community gardens. What? They will rather let a lot stay empty and full of garbage than allow it to be a community garden. It's not something they care about. They don't want us to grow our own food. The farmer said that if you try to start growing your own food, they will not sell you seeds. But see, people don't talk about that because they're not doing it. See, if you
Okay.
do something, you will find out they won't let you do it. They won't let you. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, we got somebody come from India. This guy Maya Zorro. Welcome. If there's
Welcome.
anything you want to say in the chat, I'm just putting it out there. Because over here, we talk truth over here. So is
And
there
as
anything
we know
you
the truth, we know the truth that they don't care about people on EBT. Anytime you make just $1 more, they'll cut you off. They will cut you off. This is bullshit. This is not true. They're
Mm,
not telling the truth. The pay said, "Oh, she was on it for 18 years." Yes, she was on it for 18 years because y'all wanted her to be on it for 18 years. Don't play yourself. You gave it to her when she was in foster care. She aged out. You let her keep it. You didn't help her get no job. You didn't give her any benefits. So
mm,
they let you put it in the family that they spent her money so their family could go on vacations that they usually don't even take them kids on. But see, people don't want to know the
mm,
truth. A lot of them foster kids don't get treated right. People
know?
take their money. They do not make sure they're going to school. Those are very unusual cases. That's why
And
they will
also, and
highlight them.
also, and also, let's throw this out throughout the year. Some of them even get deported back for nothing. Let's talk about that.
The deported and foster care is different though. The deport. What did you talk about when you say deported?
Let's get deported.
But not foster kids. Foster kids is our kids.
No, let's 12 out. Listen to me real good. I was a backup foster parent back in the mid 2000s when I was living with the ex in New York. I had witnessed some foster kids get deported. They called another name, but they was getting deported. I witnessed it myself.
So they have illegals. You're saying that's weird. I don't understand
Right,
that.
but they called them foster kids, but they was legal, right? But they was foster kids. They was getting deported.
And that's another thing about EBT. They said a lot of those um illegal immigrants were getting public assistance, which is only supposed to be for Americans. So what did they do to get them on it? Because people be lying. They be using people's social security numbers. They be
Yeah.
doing
mhm.
whatever to get them into the system. But it's illegally. They're doing
Yeah,
fraud.
that's true.
People commit fraud. They get them on there, and it's not under their name. That ain't their name. But they get in the system. They let them you get a card and everything. But when you start trying to really get them to get their benefits, that's why they're doing the real ID. See, the real ID, you got to bring all your paperwork in. My mother, I brought her there till she could get the real ID, and they tried to say her birth certificate is too old. My mother is 74 years old. She brought her original birth certificate in, and they said that the crest isn't, they can't fill it. So she has to go to the vital records and get a new one issued. Can you believe that? An
On Wall
Oh
American,
Street,
wow,
right?
it's
On
the
Wall
wow.
stupidest
Street.
stuff. She's already a citizen, already with her ID. And because you want everybody to get the real ID, right? You got to come back with all of your documents, because there's people have been getting on the system fake. They have been using fake documents. Like they say, you're not supposed to
Mhm.
come there with a copy. People been getting by using copies. It's not even them. It's not theirs. That people duplicate birth certificates all the time. So
Yep.
okay, they got a new system. They trying to just funnel you in. It's like they said with EBT. They want you to reapply because there's been people that's been lying, right? So they said we're gonna reapply. Anybody able body has to do at least 80 hours a month, right? But
Mm,
they already been having forced community service. They trying to say we're not going to allow them to just sit around and collect. We want them to be engaged with their community. You got to do something, volunteer or something. They're trying to
right.
make it a mandate for them in order to get any benefits from America. They got to be engaged in something in some way. legally, of course. It's got to be legal.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not saying they're cutting it off. They want you to reapply. You have to cycle back in. And anybody that knows these stupid programs, they always try to do that anyway. Because once you get a job, if you didn't have one, you got to recertify. They want you to do it within 3 months. If you got a job, you better let them know within 3 months, or they're gonna try to cite you and charge you for taking money when you already had enough money. So okay, you get a job, you gotta go there. Once you go to HR, letting them know you got a job, they recalculate your family budget, and then they'll say, oh, you don't qualify. So you'll be off anyway. The only reason people staying on because they either don't try to get a job or they don't report it. But it all
Mm-hmm.
will come back to fraud. It'll come back to fraud.
Right.
But see, this the thing about it. We gotta understand though too. Why they getting over here? Because they had somebody from the inside had help them out, and
And
they
that
know
happens a
what's
lot.
going
Yeah.
on,
Family members.
and they
Yeah.
know what's going on because they're bringing them money. So it's a hush hush thing.
And I'm saying they don't care. So for them to bring it up and it turns, see the narrative turn, because a lot of people said, oh, over 70% of white people are on these benefits. So it's not about the black mother, the black single mother. They said it's about poor white America. But they always
Mm-hmm.
told them that. We all know that, because how can you make it an issue for us if we only a certain percentage in America?
Right.
But they
They,
always want to
Right.
highlight
you
us.
know what?
So once
And
the
they
people
don't
started
teach
spinning that narrative, they didn't want to talk about it no more. You noticed that, right? They stopped
you.
talking
Mm-hmm.
about EBT.
Yeah, but
Yep.
also too, we gotta talk about this conversation too. In the near future, there are people, white people, Europeans, Jews, and all that. They already have a business and they still get EBT
That's
They
true.
still do.
Yep.
I see them Jews up in there all the time
all the
Oh
time,
yeah.
right?
because they got. You know why? I think because they got 1,000 kids, and they must do it under one of their kids. Because for some reason they allow you to do an application for food stamp on a kid. I don't understand how that works,
Yeah.
but you don't have to
Mm.
Sometimes
consider
they skip
their
you.
family.
Sometimes they
It's
have their
crazy.
own people. Sometimes they have their own line.
Yeah, they got their own phone line. They be it's crazy.
Yeah, they got
It's
that. Yeah,
lying though, but it's still lies. It's still lying because you know
yeah.
they supposed to be a certain age, so they just lying.
Mm-hmm.
I witnessed it for time after time. It was one time I need to get some assistance, right? This right, baby. I was like, because my parents, they couldn't do it, so I get some. Listen, let me tell you something. For that measly $100, I was there for like only 5 hours. I was there for 5 hours. It got some because I remember my parents said we was going to grandma's house, right? This on Friday. They said, you still there? Why they still there? I said, look over here and look over here. They, the ones supposed to help on my cases, right? And other people was helping them out.
That's what they do.
That's what they do, family.
Mm.
They got the colonizer
I'm
mind.
talking about in
They wanna help
the 80s.
somebody other than their own selves. That don't make
Yeah.
no
I'm
sense.
talking about in the 80s, and this been going on long before I came in the earth. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm talking about in the 80s. That's like 40 some years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about certain things and stuff, then I look at this and yeah, you have a good day. And come to find out, my father knew some of them. He said, man, they have their own businesses. They to get there for their kids. But they give me $100. Now that's during the time that we had different books, different color books. And so I got it. I got it and everything. And they said, oh well, they gave me these books and everything, and I'm like, wow, 5 hours, 5 hours.
Mm.
I had all my identification. My thing, yeah, I'm gonna go hit it. You know what I'm saying? Spend a little bit, play some ball, have my parents pick me up, and then we go to grandma's house. That was the plan. They say, why so the conversation, they say they want to go to the office on Livingston Street, right off, I believe at the time, right off Court Street. And we went there and said, you ain't get that pretty much? No, that the worker, she helped me little mom and everything. And I'm talking about these mom. Let me tell you, they came out bags of food stamps books. It looked like stacks. It's like you getting kilos. You get stack of money. You unbelievable. I shook my head, and I gotta wait for $100 for 5 hours, and they happy stacking. Oh yeah, we can use it like that. Oh yeah, we could just do this. And I'm looking like this, like here's me again. Know the system. Father shook his head. You see that? He said, "You see that? It's crazy."
It's pacifying the people.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, no matter how we look at it, you're not getting the quality of life that the middle class and upper class is getting. So no matter what they give them and what they have the people that's down there fighting over, it's still just a pacifier. When you got to get on meat, like when are we gonna get off of milk? Like they got adults still sucking on a pacifier, drinking out the bottle. That should not be.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We have adult babies. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you overfeed the baby. If the baby getting all too many bottles of too many bottles of milk or formula, it's not a baby no more. Like that baby should be eating solid food. And we play around with adult babies. We don't and make sure that they get to the next stage. We don't not let them get onto meat because they don't nobody want to teach them. We don't have enough people that care enough to get them educated the proper way. You know them people they signing their name with an X. Why are you signing your name with an X? This is not slavery days. What the hell is going on here? Like these people are being allowed to be there because nobody cares. They want to play with them. They want to screw them over, and we leaving them there. You give them extra. You give them an extra box of food, and a lot of that food is spoiled vegetables. Like the things that people be talking about, sometimes I be like, "What's going on?" Because I know they don't really go to a pantry. Because I went to the pantry, I got me a bunch of noodles, right? And when I put it in the water to boil, all these bugs came up.
Oh my
These were
God.
pantry bugs. If they have something too long, if they keep it too long, it gets bugs in the food, in the rice and in the pasta. And they give you these stuff because a lot of times in the real ghetto, because I'm in the ghetto, okay, they give you spoiled products. They give you canned goods that are expired because they said you can keep expired canned good for 2 years. Like I remember this woman gave me all the food she gave me was spoiled, but it was in her deep freezer. So she was like, "Why throw it away? It's still good." But how
Oh
are you
my
gonna have
God.
a better quality of life if people are always giving you expired goods? And if you really look at these things, everything is expired. Everything is already messed up. But people are going crazy because you gave this person an extra box. If you really review the stuff, it's spoiled stuff. It's stuff that you need to do for repost. Compost. It's got compost stuff. And the black people, they fine with it. They just because they used to it. Like they said, black people, we get along with the spare stuff. Like they was when the slaves was making good with stuff, it was all spoiled stuff. It's stuff that even the pigs didn't eat. The pigs eat
Right.
anything. They gave us stuff that the pigs won't eat and they managed, right? Just because you're managing doesn't mean nothing to me. That doesn't mean anything. You're managing, you're getting by. Oh, amazing. You're able to live. You don't have a good quality of life. And some of these people have horrible medical conditions because they won't give them anything that's good. That's why they have horrible medical conditions because they know they're not giving them good food. They're giving them spoiled food or they're giving them genetically created food. They're not giving them fresh fruit. We got farmers markets. No, they let the farmers market not even be in our neighborhood. if we such a desert, why don't the farmers come to this neighborhood? Why aren't the farmers coming to sell here? No, because that food is too good. They're gonna give us whatever was on the ground that they could savage, and they'll give us boxes of that. That's bullshit.
Mm, mm, mm.
And they get
Uh,
comfortable with it because it's a pacifier. What does a baby know, right? What does a baby know? So you give me a 5 pound bag of potatoes, and out of the potatoes, 6 of them are spoiled, right? But hey, you got the rest of them. What's the problem? And it's free. A beggar can't be a chooser, right? So I got
right. Yep.
almost a whole bag full of spoiled potatoes. Some of the potatoes you can squeeze it. It's rotten.
Mm,
Potatoes you can squeeze it, but people don't know if they not using these pantries. They how they gonna know? They love to talk about stuff they not doing, right? They not participating in it, so they don't know that people taking advantage of these people. The workers in there, they take the good stuff. They get donations. They take it. I told JT this before, and I was over there working at Cumberland Shelter. Timberland gave them boxes of Tims for the families there, and the staff took those. The families never saw it. The staff took
oh
those Tims.
wow.
Come on, people don't even know. 'Cause ain't nobody who's being accountable. Who's paying attention that this stuff gets done? Nobody.
Mm, mm, mm,
I worked in a
mm.
residence with the developmentally disabled. A lot of the adults there were nonverbal. When their auditor would come, that's when the staff would quickly try to use the monies that they need to buy them good clothes. But that's almost at the end of the year, an auditor comes. So for the whole year, the people had messed up clothes. They only buy it because they know the auditor is coming. That's why I say they need to do unannounced visits so you can really see how these people are treating these people. Their psych wards and stuff are not, they still treating these people horribly. They don't take them out. They write that
No,
they take them out, but they don't take them out. And nobody cares enough about them because they really don't want them in general population. They don't
no,
care. Come on, when you go
no.
outside, if you don't see them, that's the problem. Why when we outside we don't see them? So you can know what real inclusion is instead of fighting about some guy that wants to dress up like a woman and call it inclusion. No, inclusion is seeing those disabled people around, making sure that
Right.
they can get into the meeting, making sure that have a voice. That's inclusion. But
Mm-hmm.
because people don't care about them, they want to fight about these people that are mentally deranged, that have some kind of desire to be something that they are not. It's just so ridiculous to me.
You know, and that's the same thing I was trying to say. You know, years ago, even to this day, that we don't really talk about what's more important. They talk about people that's mentally that's just they're having a sick agenda, and then you got these politicians that's pushing a sick agenda, but the real people that need help, um, that's being unalive because of their race, or I mean, we see like even with this whole racism, how you got these Karens that just uh, calling the police on black people just because they can do it. Things like that. That should be a law. Like people like that should be thrown in jail. That should be a felony. You know what I'm saying? Like then you can't do that. You just can't just call the police because you got the you feel that you got the privilege to do that. Like it should be against the law about certain things. People just because that is a part of trying to dehumanize somebody or try to make them feel like they ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I could do whatever I want to you. So where's the penalty? Like things that should be important, they just ignore that. I have been in situations where I talk about things, and even when it comes down to our race, oh, you being too pro-black. Oh, you're just what about everybody else? I'm not thinking about everybody else. I'm thinking about my race. I'm thinking about the things that we need. We talk about our elders and our children. What about the education system? Education system is very poor in most of these states
It's
where
a
our people
joke.
do. So what I'm saying is that they bring the politicians, they don't bring up things that it's important to us. You know what I'm saying? So, you bring, like when I was in high school, never forget this. This is how they did dehumanize us, and where they had took out a driving ed class just to put in a nursery room for baby mothers. No, you don't do that. That has nothing to do with education.
Right.
That has nothing to do with that. You got to take that somewhere else. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because what you doing? You saying you encouraging children? You know what I'm saying, to have babies? Oh, we'll take care of your babies. If you go ahead, have children, we'll take care of them, because that's a bad message. You don't see that in white schools.
No.
So that's the point I'm trying to make. And that was so insulting. And that was in the 90s. They started doing it. I was so disgusted. And
Well,
see, go ahead.
when I was in elementary school, right? When I was in elementary school, we had a teacher have a guest speaker come in, and that guest speaker was a black man that tried to say that we evolved from monkeys and that we used to have tails. And I totally rejected that. And I said, that's not true. And this is in an educational setting. He was a guest. He's not a teacher on staff. They allowed this teacher. It's a racist. This is racism going on. And it's
He
a
got
black man
paid.
that's going to play that game, right? So they had this guy come in to try to tell us that we originally had tails, that we were monkeys. I said, show me the picture. And he showed me a drawing. I said, that's a drawing. That's not a picture. And he said, oh, but in that time, we didn't have photographs. And I said, no, you're lying. And I stood up as a child and said, I rejected that message, and they were trying to, I had to go to the principal office. They sent me to the principal office for that. But I said, no, we're not no monkey. But they sent me to the principal office like that because of that. And that's because they'll silence us. They'll try to silence you. And that's some crazy stuff. But they will do that nonsense in school. Like when they said, some people tell you that you stupid, you're never gonna. Why the hell? Like I was in middle school. When I was in middle school, we was in the auditorium and they said, turn to your right, turn to your left. One of these kids not gonna graduate. How is that? Why is that okay? Like I don't get that. Like why do we do that? Like in our schools, we do some real crazy stuff. We talk down to each other. We encourage negativity, and it's not positive. Like what we got to do that? Why we got to do that? Why we got to look to have y'all? I know y'all had the experience. That was something popular. You go to the auditorium and they say, look to your right, look to your left. One of these people are not going to be here at graduation day. And I didn't like that. I didn't like it. I thought that was very negative. Like, why we can't all graduate? Like, what's going on here?
Wow.
No, that happened to me too. That happened to me too, especially. Well, 12 hours, you heard about stories I told. Go to principal up there. I've been through it. And so this is the thing about it. But see, go with the brother she was talking about, y'all. He got paid. He got paid. You don't do those things. This is what's going to happen to you. So he sold us out.
And too many of us get up there selling us out, and I don't like
right.
Yeah, I mean, they ain't going to stop until you see. This is the thing that people understand. They know who to put in charge. You have to understand that. They know who they put in charge. If they put us in charge, they know it's going to change. They know we're going to challenge it. So it was convenient to keep us on the sideline. So because they think we ain't gonna say nothing, but we all gonna say anything about it. But see, this is what I'm saying, that like for instance, right? The special ed. They had this black girl, right? Tell her to come up there. What do you think about that? But oh, he messed with me all the time. He bothered me. What's lie? Talking about oh, they no good. I said, I don't know. I know I'm good. This is what they do. And I know people gonna say you picking on black women. No, I'm not picking on black women. I'm talking about how the system reacted. Now this young girl don't know better. Maybe her parents don't know better either. I said, if you look around, I said, you see them kids playing? Yeah. You don't want to be my friend? I said, you know the enemy after you. Who's the enemy? They don't know because they're not being taught. Parents ain't teaching.
Mm,
I said, so
right.
you know, and then she was not my friend after that. We were the
But
best of friends too.
I don't have a problem when you say what your experience was. If it happened to be with a black person, it was that happened to be a black female or whatever, because you don't say all black females are bad. You always say my mother, I love my mother. And you know what I mean? Like a
But,
lot
it,
of people.
yeah. But check it out, 12. What hurt me about her, right? We were best of friends.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, you better watch out the thing because they're gonna try to have me turn against you. We were best of friends. There was no romantic things, stuff like we played, talk about like this. So when that came hit me, I wasn't even surprised because again, few years before the Black Panther Party had showed me how this go down. So I had to see her. She said, "What happened?" I said, "You're an enemy now. You're on their side. You can't come back this side." And I said it when I was 9. I said, "You don't know. You don't know what I. You don't know. You don't see. You looking at it. I said, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna spit you out, and they're gonna think nothing about you. And you know what happened after that, y'all? And it's
What?
painful. And it's painful to say this. The parent, they said she was acting up at the parents. You know what happened? The system came to pick her up in the middle of the school day. And I shook my head. They said, what happened? Oh, she gonna be all right. No, she's not gonna be all right. Said why? I said, you see that bag? You see them people right there? I said, yeah. You see that bag right there? That's full of that's full of drugs. But they said they got the monitor to take to take her heart and stuff. That's nothing but a play. I said, she's gone. She's gone. And you know what happened? She got on
What?
drugs bad
Oh my
within that
God.
year and died.
Oh, rest in peace to her. I'm sorry to hear
And
that.
died. And kind of find the parents thought they did a good thing. Kind of find they did a good thing. That's what I always tell parents all the time. You gotta educate yourself. You gotta
Yeah.
be in the PTA meetings. You gotta be in it because you don't know what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you, it pains me to say this because my parents had to pick me up when she passed away. That was my best friend. But
Yes.
I understand what the Black Panther Party is saying. They would send somebody close to you that had you turn against it. You got to stand fast. But despite I was hurt, right? I got to stand my ground. I got to
Yes.
stand my ground. I got to see her. She's the enemy. The parents is the enemy too. Because you
Mm-hmm.
know what our people use the enemy. And so the deal with that to White Castle. That's one of the few times in my life I said, no, I know I'm not hungry. You mean you ain't hungry for White Castle? No. Because I was greeting my best friend. She was my best friend.
Yes.
She was my best friend. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, what it is, I gotta look like this. The system got you. And so the parents have to live with that for the rest of their life. That I give them to these people and they kill my child. And I'm
But I
looking
know.
for
Mhm.
so I'm just saying is this that to deal with it as a young person that stays with you. That's why I go hard against this fucking system. Excuse my language. I'll go hard against it.
But
I'm
I know
still.
this mother. I know a black mother, right? Now look, you would think we all know don't call the police just to call them, right? But her son was acting up. You know, he had a diagnosis, and he was being overly aggressive. So she decided to call the police. Now, everybody else, we would think you're on code to know you can't call the police, right? But she called the police. He still was aggressive with the police officers. The police officer took out a taser, tased her son, and he did not fall out, right? So then the other officer, he up there acting like he was going to take out his taser, took out a gun, and he shot her son. And she was devastated, right? Because she said she just was calling for them to help her. But we was like, but why would you call the police? The police can't help you. But regardless, she felt that that was her option. Her option was to call the police. She didn't get the memo that the police don't de-escalate nothing. And sometimes when people see the police, that are that have serious emotional issues, they get even you will make them feel even more fear, because they'll say, oh no, I'm going to jail, I'm going to jail. You're not helping de-escalate them by doing that. But she didn't know, and she lost her son, and she was just so devastated, and she wanted to be mad, she wanted to get the cops, she kept trying to go to court to try to get them, okay? And it didn't really happen, and she felt like people wasn't supporting her and so forth. But I was like, wow, we really not getting that. We're not getting the word out for people that you can't call the police to de-escalate something. Either let them
Yeah.
lock them in the room, or leave the apartment, or leave the home when your son is wilding out, you know because calling the police is not going to fix it. You got to figure out, you got to learn de-escalation tactics, because they always killing the kids. They're always killing our kids. So it's like, why don't you know you can't call the cops? And if we could get like men groups or somebody, we got to try to address that, because our young men can have aggression, and they don't have outlets. Like, you gotta, oh, go play some basketball, yo. Go play some basketball or whatever, right? Like, we don't have, all the moms don't know, and they need to hear it from men, because maybe they don't have a man accessible. So channels like yours, and black male content creators explaining those outlets, because when it really comes down to it, women and men don't de-escalate the same way. So we don't have the same kind of testosterone
But
levels and
some of them
aggression.
don't want to hear us. 12 hours. Some of
But
them
it's
don't
still,
want
but still being out there is still good. Like, I find value in all of the male content creators channels, and you'll talk about stuff that I don't know anything about most of the time. If a woman wants to accept that or not, that's a fact. Like, if a woman wants to accept it or not, I think men like going to the barber shop. They like having a man
to.
hook their hair up. They like
I
having
don't
that
like go
presence,
to barber
especially
shops no more. You know why I don't like to go to barber shops no more? Because some of them is in there. You know what I'm talking about. They
some.
want to talk about me, and they want to talk about. I don't want to be around
But
that
you got
shit.
your own
Mm.
clippers though, right? You got your own clippers.
Yeah. I can say my own. That's good, but I'm just saying. Sometimes you sometimes us black and women go to the barber shop just to be there. Just talk. But we cannot
Yeah,
do that
same
even no
clippers.
more because they in there. Oh, girl, I so yeah. So I'm
What,
like,
they taking it over?
yes.
What? This was inside the
Brother
closet.
guy not gonna tell you. Am I lying, bro?
Okay.
No, you're not lying.
Oh, I didn't
They
know
are
that.
part. They are part of the conversation. That's what your brother's like. Hey, yeah. What's I'm like? Oh, come on.
But what they be
And then,
doing?
huh?
What they do?
Oh yeah, they got their mascara. Oh, let me cut your hair, and they,
Oh
nobody ain't gonna
no.
cut their hair. They had their own stuff like that, and they bring it right there. Oh, oh man, it be like, nah, man, I ain't going in that shit, man. Come on. You can't really talk if you want to. They did. They looking like, man, I'm not going in that shit. Word, man, I'm not going there. Hey, did you come back now? Where you coming back? They going there. Man, come on. They be all loud and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's not like it used to be. When you have
Nah,
male bonding. And I miss those days. I just think that
Brother Hall, good afternoon.
yeah, I just think that there's certain things should be sacred. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
because I've been in many barbershops and we talk about all types of stuff. Men just being men, like we just talk about all types of stuff. We have debates, but we still keep it respectful. Um, so it's like it's certain things that women should not. There's gonna be a woman that goes there. She takes her son and she sits up there, or whatever, and 9 or 10 she might be dragged or be part of the conversation. She wants to join the conversation. So so yeah, that happens. But other than that, yeah, I agree. I just think that look, here's the thing. And I'm gonna just piggyback on that situation. Um, I feel like anytime when young men, because I was there at one point where being, my mother, a single mother, I never had a male figure. Uh, Even I knew who my dad was, but he wasn't there. It was a lot of these men, young men, that we get confused. We don't really know the world like that. We think we do, but we don't. So we grow up angry. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things like, damn, why this person's treating me like this? What's going on? Like, you tell me this, but this world's telling me something else. You know, you're telling me that the world look at as one race, but why I'm being called the N word, and you know what I'm saying? So that builds up angry. That builds up anger. So when you I think being a real man, being in a household, you know, that's when a father should like sit down and talk with his son and say, look, this is how it is. You know what I'm saying? And there's real structure when that boy is in when the father and son is in the house. When there's no father in the house, that's when it's going to be chaos. I'm sorry. The daughter is she going she's even a daughter, she wants that father presence. She wants that man presence. You know what I'm saying? She want to know what a man's like. You know what I'm saying? Because she'll go out there and thinking, okay, he likes me, and then next thing you know, she gets pregnant, and a son, he'll go out there, he'll commit a crime, and because he thinks that's what a man is. You know what I'm saying? So I think, and this is this is what I could be wrong, but women make poor choices of picking these guys, and that's what's happening. And this and it reflects, and it reflects on the children. So yes, I was there. I've been there. I know what it's like. I grew up angry. I was fighting almost every day at school. You know what I'm saying? And then of course we was in these zone schools. They didn't care about us like that. So it was, when we would say the hood is the hood, that's what it was. Without good neighbors, you're gonna end up with the hood. So uh yeah. So we and that could cause mental health issues. You know what I'm saying? And trust me, I work with women, and they're single mothers. They're single mothers, and they say, I got to do this by myself. And these women got 3 kids. Some of them got three kids by 2 different men. 3 different men. It's insane. It's like, so what? So who's these guys you choosing? Like, where do these guys come from? Like, how you meeting these guys in the club? You know
All
what I'm
right.
saying? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? In some party somewhere. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand.
But let me say this though, right? But what about we'll use you 12 hours, right? She a single mother, right? She got a son, right?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So let's throw this out there. But and people say, "Oh, but see, throughout the years, right? 12 hours. Make sure she had like the father, maybe not the father not around, but she made sure that his son be around male figures, right?
Mhm.
Right?
But some women don't have that. They don't have positive. And I'm not saying that okay, 12L is one of the few, but in some cases you have some women don't have positive. I'm talking about positive male role models. What about those? That's what I'm talking about.
Right. But this
Salute,
was
y'all.
sorry. Go. What's up, bro?
Hi,
Alonzo?
Alonzo. Salute.
How you
Salute.
doing, 12 L's? Guy, there's one thing I want to say and I want to mention, and I hear a lot of men say that in regards to the women picking certain type of men. While it is true they do allow access for the sexual conquest, we as men have to realize something as well. The women are selecting these men off of the fact that a lot of us are almost selecting these men for them. What I mean is, hey, player, man, you getting this one and that one. And we praising the dude. Yeah, man, you out there getting money. Yeah, listen, we need to start saying, nah, bro, I ain't feeling the fact that you sleeping with 13 different women, bouncing from couch to couch, having, yeah, she's a bad one. But you know what? You messing up the game for us real men. And then what ends up happening is there are those women who they see that from a distance, and they don't have people like in 12 Veil situation where there's men there who can be like, hey, right? For example, when I met my wife, she had 2 brothers, a whole bunch of cousins, and her father and her stepfather. And I had to go through the gamut of all of them. And on our first date, we were out, and ironically enough, her brother just so happened to pop up at the restaurant and just happened to be like, hey, let me talk to you, and just happened to grill me. Not bad, but what's your intentions with my sister? What's your intentions with your life? What are you gonna be doing with yourself as a man? And then her father pulled me to the side and said one of the best things ever. Listen, I love my daughter, but as a man, let me tell you something. You're an adult. My daughter is an adult. Y'all are probably doing things. If you ain't married and you get her pregnant, let me tell you something. You go down to the people and you put yourself on child support. Now, I didn't end up getting her pregnant yet, and we're married, so now it doesn't matter. But those are things that, and I'm going to be brief because I'm driving, so I can't really be up too
Yeah,
long.
you be careful,
But
brother.
no doubt, I pulled over for this. And I'm not trying to confront you, brother, but I'm trying to bring to light that as men, specifically black men, we got to start realizing what we're doing. And I'm guilty of it too. Dang, man, you got 13 chick. Yeah, man, you the man. So the young girls see that, and then they go after and those guys are generally not your hardworking, everyday, average black man. They're usually some kind of scammer, pusher, hustler who's getting fast money in and out of jail with his boyfriend Bubba, right? Because we don't tell them about that side. You don't think the guys want to go back to jail because it's fun. No, they got a boyfriend in there. They just ain't telling you that part neither. I'll pause
Yeah,
there because I could get on my soapbox.
yeah. But also, brother Lawrence, I'm glad you brought up. But understand what I'm saying is though too. And I'm going to talk. I'm going to say because I was raised this way, right? My mom's always say this: if she's a fast hussy, you stay away. So you right, man. Got to make choices too. But I would say this though: that your women Y'all gotta make better choices too. If you know that man is like that, and you still pick him, it's on you. And I know that it's gonna be an unpopular talk because 12 hours you talk about this too. So this is what I'm saying, men and women, make certain choice. See, I'm talking like this because mostly on my late mother side are women. So they sat down with me and pinpoint with certain things you don't you this was just you don't how she do you don't that's not no you don't pick those because I'm letting you know right now while you're getting older your choice is gonna be lesser. They gonna make sure that whatever woman mischievous she doing is right. And I know that a lot of men don't like to hear that, or a lot of women don't like to hear that. But I'm telling you, my great grandmother told me in her own way. My late grandmother told me in her own way. My aunt had told me one. My mother told me in her own way. I got most of my first cousins are women, and some majority of them are married. They even tell me, say, "Hey, let me tell you, this world right here, when you get older, you see what she be doing? I'm just telling you, they gonna glorify it. They were telling me this when I was a little boy, and I am 59 years old right now. And you know what the sad thing about it though, bro? And it got worse. And I understand Brother Alonzo what he's talking about. I'm not saying that he's wrong. He is right. He's absolutely right. We gotta make better choices. But at the same time, women, you are adult too. You gotta make better choices. And men, I'm gonna tell this to men. If you know this women like this, if you know society protect them, to do all the pursuit, all this stuff, you need to stand up being a man and being a human being. Say, I'm not dealing with you. This what society want you to do. You go ahead. Well, so us as men, we have to make better choices. We have to make better choices. We gotta see for who they are. Now I know there are some men don't like when I say this. You gotta see some of these women who they are because they doing the same thing for us. I see that if the woman gonna come up, listen. We know we saw Brother Alonzo. You know brother of God now would, and it's not knocking on no women. But we see quite a few women shaking their butts in our age group, shaking it. It's not the young ones. It's not the young ones. And then all of a sudden you hear them yeah, that's nice. Why you doing that though? Why you think it's okay? And then you got some funny stone boys with broken hands. Oh, look at her. And you got some, oh, that's nice. Oh, you should. It is really messed up. That's what I'm saying. If we say that we want to procreate, if we say we have sexual, we have to make better choices. And then if that's what they want to continue to do, you got tell them to go. I tell them go to the corner. Go right in the corner. I don't have to deal with it. So we have to make on both sides. We have to make better choices. But like women like Sister 12 Ounce, that single mother that willing to do wherever she can to find a male figure for her son. These are the stories that we need to be told. And I know no 12 is not the only one doing it, but this is what I'm saying like this though, that us as men, we have to create more safety nets. So brother still fit in because we got to understand there hardly no safety nets out there because you even got brothers go against other brothers. And that's
And we have women
that's
that go
another.
against women too.
All right,
And
but right, you're right. But I'm glad you brought that point up. But how? But you see, you one of the few women who say that. You say that. You know what the man said? Nah, I ain't like that. But it's true. You right?
but even as a mother, right? So as a single mother with a male child, I found that being with mothers with daughters didn't really work for me and my son because one of the moms I had, her daughter, we all went out to eat, and her daughter, she wanna play up to him, and she wanna eat his pizza, and I didn't like the dynamic that was going on. And I wanted him to get a friend, right? So okay, I said, okay, I'm not gonna play around. I tried to, I tried to set up play dates and so forth. And I found a lot of women had hesitation with going with environments where there might be more men, right? So one of the things I experienced, because I'm not into sports, right? I've gone to games, right? Going to a game like to the Knicks is not playing it, right? So when I took him to the court to let him play with other guys on the court, they wouldn't let him. They didn't say, "Yo, man, come here." That's a movie, but I didn't know that, right? So when I take him to the court, he's holding his basketball and nobody's inviting him to the game, and he wants somebody to invite him in, and it's not happening because in the street, in the New York especially, you got to be aggressive on the court, and I can't teach him. I can't teach him how to be aggressive, but a lot of single mothers, right? You start to learn. You got to learn. You got to try to learn. You got to learn. You got to learn to be more aggressive, especially if you're gonna be in this world. I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, it's just certain things that if you don't keep your male around other males, you're gonna lose all femininity. And I find that some women that got a lot of boys, that's what happens to them, because it's hard dealing with boys, because they just aggressive in nature. You got to do so. What I had to do was I had to put my son in basketball, like a team. And when he was in the team, I didn't always agree with the coach, and the coach had kicked me out of the place because, I felt like he's sweating too much and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, he ain't got no time for me and my baby and him and all this kind of stuff. And my son asked me to please go, right? And yes, that hurt my feelings. But the reality is, am I trying to build a man or not? Because this is not easy. It's not. I'm just saying, as a woman, we have a different experience. People treat us. I don't care what a lot of women say. We are being treated differently than a man would be, right? So, like when I got my son a porter job, one of the things he had to do was catch rats, right? So you would put the trap out, and we don't want no squeamish man, right? I'm not saying every man can do it. I'm just telling you, my son, one of the things he had to do was get the rats, right? And one time, the trap had caught the rat, and he had to drown it. And the boss was like, "Oh, your son, he did a good job. He's good, man. He's good. I like him. He's a team player." And I was telling him I was so proud of him. But that's stuff I ain't never experienced. I've never had to do it. That's not one of the jobs I think many women have. But see, if you don't talk to women that's trying to let the man do man things, you're gonna have stupid conversations, because we don't have a lot of women doing maintenance. Come on, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. I'm asking you, underrated. How many women you know that doing maintenance? They taking out the garbage. They doing the repairs, plumbing repair. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't see.
My son had
Nah.
to go out. My son had to go out for his boss to get dry wood and stuff, right? I never did that. I'm just listening. He's just telling me stories. You know what I'm saying? Stories that I don't want to experience. But when he would go with his boss to Home Depot, he learned a lot of stuff. That's why he loved masking tape now and stuff. One of the things his boss gave him was screwdrivers, and he fixes the when the screw comes up from the the refrigerator, because for some reason the screw comes up from my refrigerator. My son fixes it now. And I'm just saying, these are things that's not going to just come to my mind because I don't repair stuff. You know what I'm saying? So to not allow the guy to be around, like Guy said, we got to make sure they're around positive role models. I consider a barber a professional. When I take him there, I say, "Oh, this is a barber." I let him fill out which barber he feels comfortable with, right? And my son don't have that loyalty nonsense with the barber, because some barbers, they don't open up on time. You can't depend on them. They come. I'm talking about some of my experiences, right? My son wanted to get his hair cut. The guy said what time he come in there. We was there. We was waiting for him forever. And so my son said, I'm going on to another one. My son don't got that kind of loyalty, because some of these barbers, they got their own schedule. They come when they want to come, and my son don't got no time for that. He just wants you to be a professional. You cut his hair, what he wants, and he's gone. You know, he's not gonna be on this thing, this loyalty tip, if you don't know how to be, if you don't know how to be on time and follow your schedule. You know what I'm saying? But some guys, they do have that conversation, and we'll be laughing. They'll be like, "Oh, you got to be loyal to your barber. You can't be like that." That's how my son, he tries to get the barber phone number, call him in advance, you know. But sometimes, you know, it's just a lot to it. But it's their stuff, you know. I let that be with him. And when I would take my son to the barber, I'm only sitting there until he gets to the seat. Once he gets to the seat, then I would leave. I go to the corner store, whatever. You know, it's not gonna be forever. But I let him just be in there by himself if he's comfortable. If he's not comfortable, he's at the wrong barbershop. Because he's a little person, you know, because now he's adult, he goes on his own. When he decided to go on his own, I was like, "Oh, you gonna go to the barber by yourself?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay." And maybe I felt some kind of way because I'm used to going with him. And we go after he finishes his haircut. We go eat at McDonald's or whatever. You know, we make a little trip. I'm trying to bond. You know, we have a little bonding time. But I mean, the reality is that I'll never forget. I had him at the park, and I couldn't teach him how to be aggressive on the court. You know, I had to let him be around other dudes because I don't play basketball. So I don't know, I don't do that. You know, I could just play one on one. I remember I took him to the court. I was playing basketball with him, and this little kid. I mean, this kid got to be like 8 years old. He comes in and he just smacks the ball out of my hand, and he goes. He doesn't even play on the. He doesn't even play at the hoop we was at. He goes, takes the ball over to the next hoop, and I said, "Go in there and get that ball back to my son," you know. And then I just sat down and let them play. But I'm like, who this little boy gonna come over and slap the ball out of my hand? He came there by himself on the court, slaps the ball out of my hand. It's a very aggressive sport. I don't know your experience with it, but it's not my
Well,
thing.
another
But I
thing,
know a lot of guys are into it.
that's why you have a lot of young men who do things like join gangs, because we're looking for that masculinity. We're looking for that belonging, and we're looking for a sense of belonging and a sense of kinship, right? Especially in Black America, we don't have a rite of passage, right? In the small hat community, right, L'Chaim, they have, what is it, a bar mitzvah. Now you go from a boy to a man. Responsibilities start to happen. Especially in New York, things are different, right? You 13, now your name's on the light bill, and that, what I mean, maybe that, because again, there is such of a lack that's going on, right? And again, my wife from Brooklyn, right? She went to the high, Boys and Girls High, right? So, I don't know if you're from Brooklyn or what borough, but
Yeah,
in
I
Brooklyn,
know Boys and Girls High. Yeah, that's
yeah,
popular. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, she lived over on Bainbridge, right? But the good part of Bainbridge, not the bad part. Lewis and Stuyvesant,
Yeah, I know.
you know, and but seeing the people in the neighborhood, I realized, wow, if we just walk up Bainbridge a little bit, you got, project houses, the Adam Clayton Powell housing, and it was crazy over there, but they would never come to our block because, we had a bunch of, well, that's one of the 4 best blocks in Bed-Stuy. We'll go there later. But the reality is that as Black men, this is part of the reason that we join gangs and stuff. I know because 12 L's, I was a only child to a single Black woman. My mother had me at 16, right? Now, yeah, she had older brothers, but her brothers were substantially older than her, and they were not around. They were out doing their own thing. And then one of them was a broken wrist, so she wasn't really trying to have me too much under his influence, right? And nothing wrong with what you do in your bedroom, but the masculinity or the aggression may not be there, right? But there's leadership qualities this man has, and if you met him, you probably wouldn't know he's a broken wrist, right? But again, I look at the fact that as men, we gotta protect each other, right? We are always often talking about how Black women are unprotected, because they are for the most part, but that's because Black men leave each other unprotected. What do I mean? We don't create systems for ourselves. We don't create businesses for ourselves, right? We don't promote people like Thomas Sowell, right? We don't create or we don't praise our good minds, our economists, our scientists, right? Nothing wrong with picking up a ball, but LeBron James ain't gonna change the world, right? But Thomas Sowell might. We all know who Thomas Sowell is.
I don't know who that is. Who is that?
So he's a black economist. He went from the bottom to the top. Some people say he's a conservative, right-leaning Republican, whatever you want. He doesn't agree with that. He thinks outside the box. But when you think outside the box as black men in our community, you often get ostracized, right? It's, oh, you're corny, you trying to be white, you lame, you this, you that. You think you better than. No, I'm trying to elevate us, right? I'm trying to help us to create systems that, for example, the Chamber of Commerce was actually the National Negro Business League. It got co-opted from Booker T. Washington, right? Now it's the Chamber of Commerce. But that was the National Negro Business League. That was the blueprint for all these chambers of commerce, right? But in our community, when we're out here trying to, unless you got a record label, you playing a sport, a clothing line, or a chicken spot, they ain't trying to support your business, right? My cousin has a barbershop, had a barbershop out here called the All-Star Lineup. That's why I used to call myself the All-Star Advisor, right? I was trying to partner with him because, yes, my name, Alonzo Hall. Well, guess what? If you Google Alonzo Herndon, you'll see that he, excuse me, and then I'm going to hop off and get back on the road. You'll see that he started Atlanta Life Insurance, but he started from a slave. Then he went and started a barbershop with his partner. Can't remember his partner's name. They then went into real estate. They then both bought life insurance companies. That life insurance company right now has been purchased by Magic Johnson. In 2015, he bought a life insurance company. The reason I say that is because this year, the LA Lakers got bought for $10 billion by the CEO of Guggenheim. Guggenheim is a financial services company. Guggenheim bought the LA Lakers for $10 billion this year, 2025 dollars. However, 10 years ago, 2015, they sold 60% of a life insurance company, Equitrust, to Magic Johnson for $11 billion. That company today is worth $36 billion. None of us know about that, but we all know about him purchasing the Washington Commanders, the LA Dodgers, the LA Galaxy, the LA Sparks. Let's follow the money, because Guggenheim spent $10 billion and got $11 billion for 60% of something. Right?
But before you go on the road, right? But for a single mother with a young child, maybe under 10, and you want to get them, because you said, a lot of guys do go to games for sense of belonging, and you said it should be more than just basketball. What would you recommend a mother should try to get her black son involved in, that he would be interested in, being that he's under 10?
Believe it or not, martial arts, because it causes a huge amount of discipline, right? And I get into martial arts very young. Karate, capoeira, kung fu, right? Yes, still you can get into sports. There's nothing wrong with sports, because sports also teaches a form of discipline. But try and get them into things like get them with business people. Right? The barber, ask the barber to, hey, can you talk to my son about how you established your business? Right? Take him to the library. Maybe, somebody who's self-employed, even the guy who's sitting on the corner selling t-shirts. Right? It's just those things that are kind of thinking outside the box. Try and get him some tutoring. Right? My mother, at a young age, got me tutored at Yale. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut. My wife is from Brooklyn. My mother, like I said, she was 16 when she had me. So it ain't like, she had a whole bunch of resources, and there weren't a bunch of, and I just met my father whilst I was 36. I'm 41 right now. right? So my father wasn't an option. But what she did do was, number one, she was selective about the men that she dated, that she let me see, right? I think that is very important. I think as mothers, you have to continue to live your life. Do not make, and this is something that happens way too often. You make your son the man in your life, and now you're causing an Oedipus complex. Make your son your son. Don't make him the only man in your life, the love of your life, your king, none of that. I understand there's something about a mother's love, but as a man should be wanting to push you away from him and start doing things that he needs and wants to do, right? And it's very hard because, again, he's going to be ostracized for trying to be smart. But then when he turns 40, them same folks are going to be begging him for a job. So he's going to be like, man, you know what? They teased me, called me, little egghead, but now they asking little egghead for a job. Sure, I'll pay you minimum wage, homeboy. Man, you was the man. What 50 Cent say? Damn, homie. In high school, you was the man, homie. What happened to you? All right? Because you're going to be older way longer than you're going to be younger. So martial arts, sports, absolutely. I'm not saying don't put them into sports, but get them into a bunch of hobbies. Martial arts, music, and not like rap, but like learning how to read music and play an instrument, right? Things that cause structure, right? Look at boarding schools. There is a free boarding school in Pennsylvania. I can't remember the name of it. Something college.
But boarding school, they won't be with you every day.
Right. No, but
Like you're
you'll
sending
be
them
at the boarding school.
away. What?
He'll be at the boarding school, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm thinking of our community and the fact that we don't have a rite of passage. So we need to figure out things that can give us rites of passage, right? We don't have the ability to take the young boy away from his mother and go and teach him how to hunt in the woods anymore, right?
But wait, don't you
So,
think
and
boarding school might make him feel abandoned? Because you're taking him out of the home completely. You won't be with him every day.
I understand that but you can still call him. You can still write him. You can still FaceTime him. You can still Facebook him. You can still Instagram them. You can still YouTube them. You can still TikTok them. You see my point? Yes, you're not physically there, but trust me, he knows you love him, right? You got to have that conversation with him. Sometimes I think we do dote on children the wrong way because we'll dote on children, but then we'll let them listen to Sexy Red, right? And you know, as a guy, find guys who are doing things, right? Maybe send them with a
I
real
agree with you.
estate agent. Sit them with police. We need more police who look like us in our neighborhoods, from our neighborhoods. Then even the over policing will change. Because if I'm from Bed-Stuy and I am a police officer patrolling Bed-Stuy, as opposed to some guy from Long Island who doesn't understand how kids in Bed-Stuy play because it ain't built like Long Island. We ain't got a baseball diamond. So yeah, we're running playing doorbell ditching. And instead of chasing them down and giving them a record, maybe the cop comes out and plays with them, right? We got to also start requesting things from our politicians, not just words and promises. Quid pro quo, right? They might say a bunch of nice stuff, but you ain't getting my vote until you actually show me something. That's why Goya got the Hispanic Prosperity Initiative from Donald Trump and then didn't vote for him in 2020. He
But
signed
our
a bill.
community has to. But our community has the police athletic league. But I don't think
Yes, we do.
we don't have a lot of those though. We only have one in Harlem. We have one police athletic league.
Right. That's true. We got a couple here in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm back in Connecticut now, but my mother-in-law still lives in Brooklyn. Um, but I
But
told my wife,
do you support that initiative, the police athletic league? That's been going on for decades.
yes, I support it. I think we should fund that and have it a little hard, more, go further. Let's hang out with firefighters. See if maybe, you know, a firefighter, hey, fellas, can you guys hang out with my sons? Or, you know, can you guys hang out with my son and his friends? Can you show them what y'all do one day? Right? Because what we have to do is we also have to realize this. A lot of men do come into single women's lives and we want to be mentors because statistics show, what is it, 51% of men are single and childless. There's a lot of men who get baby fever, right? And it's not just that we want to have babies, but we have knowledge that we want to pass down to someone. We want to give this game to people. And we don't want to put them in the streets and have them hustling. But unfortunately, because you're unprotected, you think maybe the guy is coming there to be a weirdo or trying to get at you. And it's not always the case, right? But what happens is you do have to protect yourself, but you also have to learn how to vet. And again, men ain't teaching y'all how to vet because us as men are praising the dude with 12 baby mamas. We're praising the dude that got the Benz and the Beamer the wrong way. Damn, son, you got that Beamer off of... Nah, yo, bro, why you doing that? You destroying our community. F out of here. Don't
I had
go
a
to
question.
Aki's store. Yes.
So 51% of just men, that's all races, or it's just black men?
I believe that's black men. I heard that statistic from Kevin Samuels. I think it's on blackdemographics.com, right? So, you know, there are a lot of men who are single and childless, right? And again, that goes to the fact that a lot of women end up being baby mama number 15 to future, right? But let's look at this, right? Let's look at this because I want to show you the idiocy that's happening from black men, right? Let's look at this. Russell Wilson, right? He had how many children with Sierra now? At least 3. Everybody's still hanging on the future. Oh, you taking over for future baby mama. You know what Russell Wilson did? Because remember, Future bases his career off of being this rich guy. One second. Bases his career off of being this rich guy. I pulled over and turned my car off. I had to turn it back on because my Bluetooth was about to cut off. But Future, his career is based off of being extremely rich. I'm so rich, I buy watches for my... Right? Well, he was behind on child support. Russell Wilson said, we don't need your little coins. Right? Do you know what Russell Wilson did? This was when Future Junior, or whatever his actual name is, was much younger, and this is before the 3 children he had with Sierra. He bought a Section 529 college savings plan for Future Junior and his 6 other siblings, whose none of them have the same mother. Now, the rapper Future says, I spent your college fund on my bish. Well, so women are now choosing this guy who would rather just spend, instead of setting up a future for his children, because his name is Future, instead of spending money on a college fund for the future of those children, he'd rather spend it on a Birkin bag. No problem, I get it. You know, I would like to be able to buy my wife a Birkin bag, but I'd make sure that this is the future of my children is secured before, right? Now there are so many men still praising Future. Man, Russell Wilson is a simp. Excuse me. Yes, Russell Wilson loves that woman. He wears his heart on his sleeve for that woman. Because that woman will be able to get him into places. When he goes to the mayoral's ball, she will know how to act and conduct herself appropriately. And we have to understand that as black men, not enough of us are even comfortable at the mayoral's ball. That's why they're still calling Sierra Future's baby's mother. No, that is Russell Wilson's wife. And she has 3 children with him, 1 child with Future, the waste of space, the sperm donor. Let's call him what he is. But everybody's praising him. And then we're acting surprised when young women are going after men like that. Well, there's a whole group of men calling Russell Wilson a simp. And
But
these are...
why do you feel? But
Sorry,
why do
go
you
ahead.
feel? Why do you feel a number of black men don't feel comfortable going to the mayor's ball? Like, that's disturbing.
Um,
What contributes to that?
because we have not, there's a certain stigma, right? That may have come, and what I'm saying is probably hella unpopular, and a lot of the men who are my clients as a financial advisor are from that space. I might be risking money, but so what? Right? Because this is bigger than just a couple dollars in my pocket. I'm gonna be all right. But the reality is that enough of us we're not secure. We have money, we don't have business acumen. Prime example, Kevin Samuels was initially, when he came into this space, he was talking to black men. He switched to talking to black women because when he was talking to black men the way I am, nobody was tuning in. Black men wasn't tuning in until he started talking to women. He had an episode. You can go look it up. It's called Black Men, Are You Prepared for Your High Value Wife? I called into that show. I told him I embodied everything about a high value man at the time, except for the financial, because I wasn't making $10,000 a month for 3 years straight. You know what he said? You're high value homeless, and hung up on me. I run around in these spaces and I use that as a badge. Do you know what a lot of these men say? You can't let somebody tell you your value. Excuse me? Is that not why we tuned in every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to listen to Kevin Samuels tell these women their value? So now because he turned the mirror on us, it ain't right to let somebody tell us our value? Right? See, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. If we want the women to conform, then we got to give them something to conform to. I've been in other communities, right? I was doing real estate in 2017. I'm part of the reason East New York is gentrified. My office was 880 New Lots Ave in East New York. I was in the hood. Do you know what's over there now? Majority Indians. You know why? Because when I was doing real estate, there was an Indian guy named Josh who was a developer. He was working with me, but they are very patriarchal. I had just gotten my license in 2017 to do real estate. Me and him were working together. There was a woman who was a black woman who was an attorney for 25 years. So as an attorney, you can automatically do real estate. You can just apply and get your real estate license. You don't have to take the schooling or anything, or the exam. So we're sitting there looking at the development. He asked my opinion. I deferred to her. He said, okay, turn to me, ask my opinion again. I deferred to her again. He said, okay, looked at me. So you know what I said? I said, oh, I realize he's only going to take it from a man. I said exactly what she said. Okay, let's do it. Right? But we also have to understand this, that we have to work with our women, in tandem with our women. Sometimes we put them in the front, and sometimes we put them to the side so that we can be the face of it, because other people act a certain way. This Indian guy said, why do you let your women act like that to me? Right? And it's because there's too many men running around trying to splash and dive, and that's it. But it ain't of substance. We get some dollars, but we don't create businesses. We don't create nets for each other. 2017, that same year, because you know, all over these spaces, there's a bunch of black men talking about being in trucking. Well, do you know 2017, 31,000 Sikh men entered the trucking industry simultaneously? Do you know what that does? That creates an industry. Now that creates a safety net for Sikh men, because now all over these truck stops, they have temples for Sikh men. Now these men are going to put 3 men in one truck, and they'll have a bunch of people being able to do the logistics versus Alonzo Hall's Trucking LLC. I make $200,000 a year. I got a G-Wagon. I'm stunting on y'all. Well, guess what? Sing Bros is doing the job 3 times as fast as me. And they have another person doing their logistics, bidding for the jobs, doing the billing, building a business. Right?
Okay.
So now they turn around and they have capital to give to their other business people to start their own ventures. Like I said, my cousin started a barber shop, all-star lineup. My other cousin was bringing him $1,000 a week. That's basically $52,000 a year. I was like, hey guys, you ever heard of Alonzo Herndon? Hey, he started a barber shop, died the richest man in Atlanta in the early 1900s from life insurance. We're already there. I had my real estate license. I'm in insurance. You open the barbershop. Let's work together. Oh, hummina. Now those barbershops are closed. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I'm on my soapbox.
Yeah, because we got getting off the subject.
I'm sorry.
Stay off the subject.
But listen, y'all, I'm a watch from the clouds. I gotta get back on the road.
Okay.
Salute to everyone.
All right.
Okay, traveling mercies.
All right. Yeah. We gotta get back on. We gotta get back on the subject. We gotta get back on it. Thank you, brother. We gotta get back on the subject about this guy. We have to, because he's not perpetrating that he should, right? And it doesn't have to happen in New York, but it's happening all around this country. And I'm very disturbed about it. I know you disturbed about it, brother. God number, you can come back. But it's very disturbing about it because we still didn't want to still deal with oppressor. We still want to work through oppressor, even though that they have money, even though it's their prestige. And I urge black men and black women, we love those things, yes. We love them nice things. We do. But at the end of the day, is they really going to be there for us that they should? We really have to think about that. I am. I mean, goes for me too. We have to really think about that. We really have to think about it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to deal with no black man. I'm not going to deal with no black woman or black woman that wants to work through oppression, that work through the press that they don't like us because they want to make money of us and make us feel good, but they do not want to contribute back in the community, and they refuse what they did to us in the past. And we have to have these talks, and I know some of us do not like to have these talks, but we gotta have these talks. I had problems with black women in the past, but it doesn't mean that I hate them.
And that's the same for me with men.
And I had problems with them, and trust me. And at the same time, it has to be addressed.
Yes.
It has to be addressed. And I know some men don't like me saying this. It has to be fucking addressed. Young women have to be accountable too. You are grown. I don't want to hear no more that, oh, I was raised. No, my parents told me, listen, we did the best we can. I want you to be better than us. Come on. Yeah. I mean, come on. This guy, listen, I'm all about for men. Don't get me wrong. And I'm saying I'm on the first one. I'll tell you, if I tell the man is wrong, the man is wrong too. I'm from that claw. Man is wrong, man is man. Yo, we can call out men and men call out women. But when you adult, When a man call out a woman call out a man. I'm from that cloth. I'm from that, and I stand on it because it works.
Yeah, it has to be accountability from both parties.
It gets something right now because it be at times, bro.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, underrated, because I don't like this. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just going to get off so you can say
Go ahead.
it be at times, because it be at times, bro, that I put my life on the line for some of these women. And I just get shit kicked out because they wasn't paying attention for their kids. Or there's something happened. And you know what happened? I had them call cops on me. And just help.
Same thing with me.
You know what the cops, this white cop had told me? He said, I would not be bothered with them. Why you should put yourself on line for them? They don't care. And this is a white cop. He's looking around. Don't say nothing either. Conversations. Conversations, man. I'm just tired as a black man. It's bad enough as a black man. I gotta stay in this world that people that fucking hate us, man, hate me and hate what I stand for. But you don't want to hold other people accountable? To the press? I'm tired of shit. Go ahead, bro. I'll mute my mic, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it should be accountable for both parties, not just all about the man. Well, you men, you do this and you're not doing this and all that. It takes two. It takes two. I'm not saying men are perfect. I'm not saying women are perfect. There's certain things. Women are the first teachers, right? This is something I grew up on. Women are the first teachers. They're the one who's teaching our children, right? I know that men supposed to protect. If you look at the old times, the past, when you had men in the house, I mean real men. Women didn't pick any old dude out here. They picked the most successful guy they could find, successful brother. And he probably was working in a factory. He was probably a nice blue collar type, but he was a well respected in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? If you look like Dr. King and you look at Malcolm, you look at all our revolution who these women, they knew they picked a good brother. So women, that's why I said when women, they need to because I grew up in a time, and I'm not trying to go off the subject. I just want to just stress this real quick. I grew up at a time where, and I'm not saying all, I'm not saying all, but you have women, they got with the drug dealers. They had the money. There were rap songs talking about these things. And I'm not saying that men need to be checked. Of course, men need to be checked. My mother told me straight up. She said, look, there's women that you marry, there's women that you don't. There's women that will play on your kindness. There's some women, they tell you, look what Tupac said when he was 17. He said, a woman said, she told Tupac that you too nice for me. And Tupac was blown away. Like, what? I'm buying you flowers. I'm doing the things that a black man's supposed to do, and you don't want that? Something is wrong. And then when it comes down to politics, you hear both parties, but especially it hurts because as a black man, hold up, but let me say this real. As a black man, and they take up for these weird politicians, like this Indian dude. This man don't give a damn about us as a people. He don't care. But it hurts me when I hear a black woman. She's like, "Oh, he's gonna, he's the best thing that ever." It bothers me. There's a lot of brothers that are running for mayors. There's a lot of sisters, you know what I'm saying? We don't really support each other like that. When Sister McKenzie was running in 2008, she was running during the time with Barack Obama. Ain't nobody, you black people got on me. Oh, you just wasting your vote. Oh, she's not gonna win. She's a black woman.
Yeah, right.
But these are black women saying this. And I said, but she's a black woman. She's for reparation. She's everything that we was fighting for. They didn't want that. They wanted Barack Obama, who's number one, who's not even black. He's mixed. But because he got that white in him, that's what, and I hate to say this, that's what black people today are attracted to, that white worship.
Man, no, man.
And it's sad. We don't even respect each other as black people.
Period.
And it's really, it's go ahead. Go ahead.
And that's one of the main issues, because I'm affiliated with a lot of black male groups, and I try to we work together when we do community events. And I was working with a black female that's a single mother of a daughter, and she wanted to set up the room for an event all by herself. And I said, we don't have to do that. We got 3 men here and they are willing to assist you. But she didn't want the black men to assist her. We do experience these dynamics in our community, because there's some women, they got hurt by their baby daddy, the things didn't work out, and then they want to be mad with all men, all of them. And that's why we got to try to help them with getting themselves back into the swing of returning to another relationship that didn't work out. You can try again, get back on the horse, because some of these women, they're going to cut off everything, and then they don't even want men around them. They only will be susceptible to women. And if you try to bring a man in, she doesn't like a manly man. You have to be a soft man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So she don't want them to be able to set up everything fast. They go do it real fast. But I don't play that, because I have a son, and I was like, listen, you don't got to do this. We just distracted her. And those guys set up them tables. She just not used, there's a lot of women out here that have been doing everything by themselves. And if they have tried to ask for help, it didn't happen. So they just have decided not to do it no more. Like, it's not that you're not out there. It's not that you're not there. It's that they're not encountering you. You know what I'm saying? So it's harder.
No, I mean, go. I'll wait.
So it's harder for them, because their experience hasn't been with helpful black men. Black men, maybe they do it yourself. You so independent woman or whatever, right? So she's just in that mindset where she don't want nobody to help her. She doesn't want to get comfortable. Because she feels you're gonna let her go. She's had bad experiences. Everybody turns away from her, and that's always going to be hard to work with men and women that have been abandoned by their core group.
But see, this is my thing, right? And I gotta say this, right? You said you want us men to get help. Like, it's any woman that help, right? Hurt us, right? Get some help and heal. Women, y'all got to get some help and heal too, because there are other women out here saying the same thing on here. Y'all don't want to get healed, and that is the problem. So you want to characterize all men and stuff, and then sometimes y'all be chasing away good men because you think good men is all about finance. Do y'all know what protection really means?
Your reality, yes.
I mean, it's not everybody thinking, because I have to understand myself reality. It's more than finance. Fuck that. You miss somebody. You take when I take a walk around and work my community, make sure listen. You don't think I don't take a chance?
Well, and underrated, I want to say this too. What I don't like is that, and this is what I think, I don't think good men don't like to be used either. And just because of a woman messed up her life, and she's, she got 3 different kids by 3 different daddies, all of a sudden she wants a good man, but she only wants that good man to help with her kids. And I don't like that. Like, it's like, wait a minute, good men don't like to be used like that. We're not just a paycheck.
That's a
You know
fact.
what I mean?
But even finance, but this is what I'm saying, bro. Even like maybe that person don't have finance, or even, but there are other parts of providing is not being talked about, and that's the thing that gets to me because I'm around providers. You know what I'm saying? And all the time it was not all about finance. But see, if you're not being taught, right, it's a trouble. But see, I'll go back to that point again, almost an hour ago. When you're adult, you're supposed to know from right or wrong. It goes for men and women. But it seems that memo right there, some of us as a people, some men and some women, we don't want to deal with that shit. Fuck that. You know what the fuck out here is.
But we still have
Man, fuck out here. Get the fucking out.
but we still are experiencing environments where Black men and Black women are together, and they're not there to talk to, they're not there to listen to each other. Like, we still have adults that are being irresponsible, and once they say something they don't agree with, they will start uh calling the guy out of his name. Like, we just lose all professional activities altogether. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then it just
Mm-hmm.
My
keeps getting
fucking
worse and
name.
worse.
It's true.
I got calling my fucking name. I'm trying to help. Getting talked behind and all this shit.
Right.
And so, but I'm supposed to accept that? No, I'm a good
No.
person. Knowing my parents have shown me to provide, you gotta do this, you gotta do the car, you gotta make sure, and this like that. But I'm getting kicked and this like that, and I'm not saying that all men go through that, but all sisters go through that too with something. But I'm just saying, I'm talking as a man. You hear what I'm saying? I am tired. Like Brother Garnani was saying, good men out here is not or should not be all about finance. Providing is much more than that. Do you not provide for your house? I'm saying like this, and when you get up, was it they in the house, all right? Or you want to talk to or whatever. But see, even then, they don't even want to get taught either. I'm tired of that. This is what I'm saying, that you cannot ask a person to step up and they think it's all about finance. It's all about independent. They're supposed to be single, supposed to be poor. But this is what I'm saying. If you're not being taught, if you're not willing to get the needed healing, and then this is the key right here, that some of us as a people, we don't like talk about some. I'm talking about some men and some women. I'm talking about both. We want to be around people that are toxic.
Yes, we have a lot of toxic people in our
Oh yeah.
And
Oh
we don't
yeah.
want to talk
yeah.
about that. That is close to us.
But underway, I got an example, right?
Go ahead.
So I was doing an
What's
event
going
where
on, brother?
we had the women serving, right? And one of the women that was organizing the serving area, she didn't agree that we should put plates to the side for the men. We had men that did the setup and that was like providing security. And I said, they're too busy to get online to get food, so we should just make their food, put it to the side for them. And she was just acting like she just couldn't understand the concept of that. And I was just like, see how we have this struggle with people just doing things that make sense, right? So I said, I'm gonna make these plates for them on the side because they cannot get to this until after the event, you know. Oh, she was just having so much of a fit. But when we gave it out to the guys, they felt so valued. You know what I mean? Because somebody took the time to appreciate them and give them food, but it was a fight between me and this woman. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we only having those fights because if it was a white man or non-blacks, they wouldn't have had that problem. Like automatically, we got a lot of us have these mindsets to just disregard people that's doing work. You know what I'm saying? Like these people are providing a service that some people would have to pay for. These dudes are doing it for free. But because you don't value these guys, you don't want to do anything for them. And that's wrong. That's how you don't get people to help you again. You know, like some people don't even realize that they're not treating people right. They don't regard them. They don't make sure they have a room for them to hang up their coats and stuff. Like it's so many dynamics to just making the person feel appreciated and valued when you're not giving them, you know, cash. Like you said, it's not all about cash, but you still can have decency and respect for people. You can still make sure you're looking out for them. You know what I mean? But I find that a lot of black events and things for our community, we just do stuff substandard. We just put it. It's just it's not good. Like they don't want to put a tablecloth on the table. You know, I mean, it's like we don't get enough plates for everybody. They act like, oh, they don't need no plate. They don't need no utensils. Like what's going on here? Like they just I have found it that when it really the lower we get, like the you know the less budget, the less of a budget we have, the worse customer service we get. And it just comes back down to the people. It's our hearts for each other because it's not respectful. Like why would you not have? Why you don't want to give these people plates for their damn food? Like they're like, oh, let them figure it out. What? Like what is talking for? This is a community event. Like what are y'all talking about? You know, like cause they don't want to come out of their pocket to get like $4 worth of paper plates. Like stop. Like and it's just it could get frustrating. But this is what we deal with in our community, you know.
There's no
And
elegance.
I don't feel like that happens in everybody's community. I feel it happens a lot in ours because we don't like each other, you know.
There's no elegance on both sides.
You know, I want
If you
to.
feel your self worth, go ahead, bro.
No, I wanted to piggyback on that because when we get into the political realm, I do notice that you know, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I just feel like I think a lot of, and you know, a lot of the stuff that we used to watch growing up, I think because we're visual people, and I think a lot of it's more conditioning as well. And if you look at these commercials, if you look at these reality shows or whatever, it's always showing us being disrespectful to each other. They showing a lot of interracial stuff on these commercials. You also gonna see that black man with that white woman, or vice versa, or you're gonna see a black person participating in some sort of homosexual act. It's never us showing the black man, black woman working together and uniting, showing the black families. And I know underrated. That's always his most important. Underrated. I know that's your most important thing is the black family, and that's what you always focusing on. And when you're dealing with these politicians, they don't talk about that. They don't talk about strengthening the black families. They don't talk about making sure the black man is home and you know he has a good paying job so he can take care of the black woman and his kids. They don't focus on all that. And then when you look at this Indian dude, you know, who claim, you know, he lived in Africa, that should have been his number one focus. Look, I want to make sure the black families in New York stick to blah, 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 make sure they have blah, blah, blah. The LGBT should not even be coming out his mouth. So, but that's just another war tactic that they use against us so we could be divided. They the puppet masters. You know what I'm saying? When you look at Maury, right? If you look at Maury, they show black people arguing. You know that, oh man, he's happy that the women is not Oh, I'm glad that's not my child. And he's doing that on a black woman. You look at Jerry Springer, show black people fighting. You know, I mean, and that's it's a conditioning because, and then when our youth is looking at it, they think that's what it is. Or let me just argue with my woman just because I saw it on Jerry Springer, I saw it on Love and Hip Hop, which is not had nothing to do with hip hop.
Yeah.
So
Love and Hip Hop, yes.
right. So 12, everything you said, you on point, sis. I'm gonna be honest with you, are on point because the disrespect is conditioned. We are conditioned to just disrespect each other. And like I said, I didn't want that. When I listened to our greats, Marcus Messiah Garvey, I listened to, Patrice Lumumba, I listened to all our greats. I didn't want to be that degenerate because they told us not to go that way. If you listen to them, they told us not to do that. Don't do, because that's war tactic to divide us.
Right. And then they're going to go more on your point, bro. Dr. Frances Scott Crescent, she talked about the psychology of it, of the ISIS papers of 1969 and 70. That was not too long ago,
yes,
bro. That's what I'm fucking. And I'm saying everything that you're saying is all fact. I just want to put my thing on it. So what are we talking about, bro? But this is what I'm saying of some black man and some black woman. We got information, ground information, and we still do not want to go back. What you talking about? Talk about the scholars that we have in the past, and they lived it. But we don't want to go back, talk about history, man. I'm just saying, you know what? It gets to right now. I'm being straight up and down. I gotta reevaluate people. Fuck it. If you ain't with our people, if you ain't all about the black woman to be better, if you ain't all about the black man to be better, or we strong, or something like that, I'm not saying that we don't have the right, to talk about with the illness about it, because I'm a man, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to talk about men we need and women, vice versa. But I'm just saying, if it ain't all about motherfucking healing, also a black man or black woman, black man, black woman, if you about that oppressor, I don't care you have money or you don't have money, you stay in the corner. Straight up. Stay in the corner. Stay in the corner. Because there are ethnic groups out here, they are winning over our own backs. And even the scholars were saying this. What Dr. Neely said is going to be, they're going to try to make the young black boy become feminine. In 30 years. He said that in 75. The late great Neely Fuller. But you know what? We don't want it. La la da 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 da.
Well, I don't think everybody.
Dr. Henry Clark talking about the spirituality of our people. We got all this information. Dr. Ben, we got all this. Then we still got Dr. Major. She's still living. They're talking about the post-traumatic syndrome. And she's still here with us.
But I don't think everyone knows about it. It's not really getting broadcast because that people are put in place to shut down information, right?
But it's public.
We know that information is not being broadcast because I was at a community meeting where a young woman going to college came on the mic and said that we don't have places where we have black people, and she's in Harlem. Like Harlem is for black people. It doesn't matter if it's getting gentrified or whatever. We have street names named after our greats. Like when you come to Harlem, you know that this is an area that they've designated for a black
us.
neighborhood.
That's
But
us.
you know, when people talk, they say, "Oh, we got Chinatown, we got no." But we have black people got areas, but everybody don't. She didn't understand that. Nobody really taught her that Harlem is a black neighborhood. We got Chinatown for Asians. You got Harlem for blacks. You understand? Regardless if they're trying to gentrify it, Harlem is known for a black neighborhood. Black
Neighborhood.
great are there, but she didn't know that. And she was a young person going to college. So what are they teaching her? They're not teaching her nothing about blacks. We got to know it. People are coming up. They're not knowing, they're not learning anything about us. And one of the things that Guy has said that I wanted to piggyback on, there was a community meeting, and I had helped promote it and got a whole bunch of new people to come to that meeting. And all that TA president at that meeting wanted to do is fuss about how they hadn't been there before. Where y'all been? And you know those people didn't want to hear that. So you know they didn't come back. See, sometimes you tell them you got to come to the meet, you got to come out, but then when they come out, they don't get nothing but backlash and ridicule for not being there all this time. How long have you been here? You've been here for how long? And you ain't never been to this meet before? You didn't know? Look, they just said they didn't know. See, we a lot of times, in my experience with black black dominated meetings, we're very rough. We don't talk to people with respect. All of us that are adults, they don't want to be respectful to who they're around, right? And don't let the senior. We have a lot of senior leadership, and the seniors don't have nothing to do with young people because they are immediately intimidated that you're going to try to take something away from them. I've been accused of wanting to take something from people all the time, and I'm not even interested in your position. Like you can't even bring another person without them getting intimidated, and it makes things so frustrated because you are the ones that have the information. You already have the platform. You already have the name. Why do I have to start ground one? I shouldn't have to do that. Yo, you could do your own thing. You know, they always want to do that when we always
Yeah,
saying we got to work together. You already got the name.
makes up
You
the
already got the
point.
platform. You got the
Yeah, I
people,
got you.
you got the
Yeah.
establishment. And it's always that because they get intimidated, they're gonna act up, you know. And you gotta it's on us to be responsible and not get emotional with them. You know, we can't talk back because their fear has got them wilding out, you know.
People
And
say,
you gotta deal with that so much in our community because they think we trying to take something away from them.
Well,
but this is
that she made a good point there because if you look at someone like Farrakhan, he's still the leader. Now, if I'm up in age and I'm about to retire, I would if I think 12 Vels or you underrated is a better choice to take over, I would have been like, hey, you know what? Let me mentor you. Let me put you under my wing because sooner or later I'm going to step down. I'm gonna be too tired. I'm gonna be too old, too tired. I want to retire. So I want you to take over. That's how companies keep striving because you gotta have a backup. So those type of old folks, they stubborn. Like people like Farrakhan, he's stubborn. When you need somebody, he had Khalid Muhammad, but he got rid of him. You know what I'm saying? So who's going to take over after Farrakhan passed away or whatever the case is? And this is what I'm saying. You got a lot of black people. They think they want to hold on to something because they never had nothing in their life. And we got to stop doing that. I'm not a selfish person like that. If I know that I'm too tired, I can't continue to fight. I'm gonna if you young enough to do it, I'm gonna be like, yo, I think you're the better choice. I want you to take over because I'm about to step down soon. Or I might not, because I'm gonna be either too weak or too tired.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And we
That's right.
gotta do that. We the only race of people that gotta do that shit. No other race will do that. And that's another thing we have to change. I want to make one more point. And this is going on with what our sister Vels was saying about because I want to I went to Fredonia State, right? for college. I went up there for a year, and of course, it's mostly white. The campus is like 80% white. Only 30% of black people there. So I did that because I wanted to get away. I wanted to see how it is, going away from college, which to me I think it was a bad choice. I ended up eventually coming back and going to Brooklyn College. But I went up there and I see my people there, see people there, you know what I'm saying? But I noticed that there was a lot of disunity, even with the 30%. Now you would think that black people would come together even more harder, knowing that we are outnumbered with 80% of white folks, right? Nope. I found myself arguing with black people, almost got into a fight with them. Then, would top it off, they have unions, right? They have the white student union, they have the black student union. They have a union for Latinos, and the black student union they want to integrate it. They want to integrate the black student union. So you had Latinos, you had the Spanish boy, he's calling all the shots. And I didn't like that. And then they invited this one white dude in there, and I'm looking at him like, what he's doing here? Like, I'm sitting in a meeting, I'm like, what the hell he's doing here? And even he didn't know why he was doing. He was invited by the Latino. And I didn't like that, so I stopped participating in that because I was like, yo, if there's something for us, it got to be for us. And that's another thing that black people need to stop doing. We need to stop inviting people to our cookout because no other race is doing that to us. And that's the problem. That's always going to be our downfall, So so it's things. See, I always say we got to be a selfish race of people. But when you tell black people that, oh, you being, different than white folks. Well, I guess so. Maybe I need to start taking on their ways so we could be more united. Maybe we need to start I can have a restaurant that says black only, so all the money will be among us. Maybe we need to start doing that. So I just want to say that.
We can't do that because that goes back to the Black Panther. And when the Black Panther Party was rolling like that, the stupid U.S. government decided that they put them on as a terrorist group. You see that? You do that?
That's right.
They're gonna say you're a terrorist group.
They called Dr. King. They also called Dr. King a communist.
See, anytime you want to really do something, they're gonna go there. But listen, I know you know this, but because we talking about that guy that's running, right? So Yusuf Salam, who they all took a picture together with Councilman Yusuf Salam from the exonerated Central Park 5, right? When I had volunteered at his office with the city council, and when I came there was nobody black there employed. The woman that he had there was a Afro Latina. She's not even born from here. She's born in a Spanish country, and she is bilingual. And then everybody else was non-black that was Muslim, right? So we had somebody from Trinidad. We had somebody that's on whatever, but they were not Black Americans. Okay. And he up there in Harlem, right? And so I feel like I was getting a lot of backlash because, I'm not a Muslim and I was a Black American. Because sometimes you get in environments where they don't like Black Americans. That's another level of BS. You in Harlem and you got a problem with Black Americans? Like, what's going on here? Right? So one of the things that had took place that I'm telling you, it's just so amazing how people do some bullshit, but you gotta be able to de-escalate and not have a problem. One of the men, he is a Black man, was not that it's Bob. I'm just saying. So one of the Black men, he went over to a computer station and he found that his keyboard wasn't working. There's several computer stations here. He comes over to my computer station, which this is an active working computer, and he takes my keyboard. He takes my keyboard right out of my computer and to put it in his, acting like he has more value than me. So I went to the supervisor to tell the supervisor what had happened. And instead of her addressing him, she says, "Well, he's not an employee here. He's just a subcontractor. They contract these people in for specific tasks when you're in the community council, for certain things. He's a consultant." She said, "Oh, he's just a consultant. He's not staff. Take it back. That's not how you do things." Now, when I go to a supervisor, the supervisor is supposed to address what's going on in the office. You see how some people always try to throw off stuff? Now, again, mind you, this is going on verbally. This is all verbal. So a person can take it any way they want to if you don't put it in writing, that this dynamic is happening in the office. But the point I'm making is that you see the nonsense that can happen. You got these weird dynamics be happening, power struggles in the workplace, that the person you gotta teach the young people and stuff to know that, because it never changes. There's no job that I've been to where they don't have power struggles and stupid little antics that go on. If it's not from them stealing something from off your desk or doing something stupid, it's always those kind of things. And we gotta still move forward. We gotta move forward for the betterment of what we're trying to do. Because in that environment, they was trying to take away funding from a lot of programs that was going on in Harlem that had been going on for decades. And one of those programs was Each One Teach One. That is a program that my son has been participating in through Summer Youth for over 2 years. And they tried to defund them. And I said, the only reason somebody would do that is because they're not from the community. None of the staff there is from Harlem, And he tried to defund a program that's been going on forever. And I was like, hold up, what's going on? And I talked to the financial director myself on behalf of that organization. But the bottom line is, grimy stuff be going on. And it starts from people not having no kind of no solidarity to you, right? Because they're not even from here, And so how can you support somebody that wasn't even born in America? He came over here at the age of 9, and then we a Christian country. He's a Muslim. Like, we already know you don't have the same values. I mean, it's outrageous, and it's how the Democrats want to play their playbook. It doesn't matter. He's still a Democrat. He's a Democrat, but they playing a game that is not to win. I feel like the Democrats have been the one who wants to be the loser. They're getting something out of being a loser, because they keep putting people up that they know not going to win. Like, if we've never had a female president, why would you push Kamala? You know what I mean? Like, make that make sense.
Right.
If we never had a female president and we couldn't get a white woman in, right? So Hillary didn't work. If we're a racist country and Hillary didn't get in, why would you put a non-white person in? Think that when we a racist country? So it's like they push to not win. They don't want to win. They don't want to win.
And also, you're right, but I feel like I notice they will get people that looks black or whatever, and this is the thing I don't understand about black folks. They would never, because I know back in the day Jesse was running, and we know Jesse, right? Despite his flaws or wherever he did, we knew him, right? He was, people would say he was one of us, right?
Yeah.
What I don't like is that Europeans, they would get somebody, because let me tell you something, I cannot go to Uganda and then they're going to set me up as be president of Uganda. That's not going to work. because they're gonna be
No.
like, no, you're not. You don't know you're not familiar with us like that. Even though you're black, but you don't know. And I think a lot of the times, white people they use people who's not really familiar of the culture in the United States, and they will put them up and say, hey, yeah, this person is black, vote for him. And this is the reason why they get us with Kamala. This is the reason they would get us with Barack Obama. Barack Obama didn't know. Barack Obama was a wealthy dude. He was very wealthy. Maybe his father was a president in his country, and then his mother got remarried and got with another rich, wealthy, some I don't know, some Indian dude or whatever. But he come from wealth. That's the reason why he had to afford to go to Harvard. He didn't relate to us. He related to white folks. And then,
Kamala came
Kamala
from wealth. Her father was wealthy.
Yes. So they get with these they get with these non-black people because they both from wasn't black. They get with them, and because they have the same skin complexion like us, it's more like a camouflage and say, hey, yeah, vote for them. This person is, they're black. Because one thing about white people, they like their race nice and pure. They like a pure race. So if you're like mixed or whatever, oh, you're black. So, let black people vote for you. You know what I'm saying? And we got to stop doing that. We got to do background checks. Be like, wait a minute. And I was the only one that were telling black people, hey, don't vote for Barack Obama. Barack Obama's not for us. And I gave them, even Dr. Umar, when Dr. Umar first came out, he even said it. Yo, don't vote for this guy. He's not going to be for you. Matter of fact, he's going to do more damage than anything. And this is the reason why he started pushing the LGBT agenda. That stuff came from Barack Obama.
Yeah.
And they went hard with it. And then you had Kamala Harris. She wanted to continue that. So now you got this guy. He's another one's going to continue that. And this is the reason why, because now you don't see, I notice when Trump is office, you don't see these transformers. I don't see them no more. Where they at? You notice that? I'm just speaking for me. I don't see them flooding no more. They don't not going into the bathrooms and all that. Since Trump was in office now. I don't know. I could be wrong.
He signed the thing that said we only got 2 genders here.
Right.
So he already came in there with an attack on them.
That's why I see the difference.
He said we only have 2 genders. He doesn't play that. He said, if I catch you teaching about that in the school, he said, I'm going to defund your school.
There you have it. That's why I didn't start seeing. I said, wow, I don't see it no more.
And he make sure it be a federal mandate.
That's the Democrat. But you know what I want to ask? I want to ask y'all this. They always like to spin this thing that black men aren't valuable. But and that white people don't like to mix with us. They want a pure race. But then why do they take our black athletes? They always say they right away, they marry them, right? They marry our black athlete. Almost all of the black athletes have they're in a mixed relationship. If they're not with a white person, they with a non-black woman. And they intermingle that money real quick. They get it fast, because when Tiger Woods was on the top of his game, they tried to market white women to him. They was pushing white women, and then one white women got pregnant. Doesn't matter if she was prostitute or not. She made sure she made it with him. So how can we say black men are not valuable when it comes down to the best of our black men, they don't want us to mate with each other. They want to mate with us. They want to mate with him. You know what I mean? The non-black race wants to mate with him. They grab him right away. They take him out of his environment and they put him with white people. They try to take him away from his environment altogether.
It's all about taking the wealth. They don't want the wealth come to us. This is the reason why they do that. They gave us, because remember, you look at Tiger Woods, you look at all our greats, even Saquon Barkley. You've seen his wife, right? So when you look at these athletes, they build these athletes way up. They make them $100 million. Guess what? They said we can't let them go back into the hood. Serena Williams, we can't let her go back to Compton and make sure black people will benefit, because she would do great things. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put put enough white people in their face, and we're gonna think that they're gonna present themselves in a way that, oh, we're better. So it's all about taking the wealth away from us. Remember, this what it's nothing. It's not about. So you think that white man give a damn about Serena? You think that white woman give a damn about Saquon Barkley and all these other? They don't care about them.
Serena tried to get with Carmen. They tried to spin it like she was trying to get with a black man, but black men didn't want her. Her story goes with that. Nobody wanted her from her race, so that's why she had to end up.
See, like I said, I don't know about that. I don't know what went on in that relationship, because that's, like I said, it takes two to tango. So it takes two.
Which relationship you're talking about?
With Serena, remember when Serena was dating around and she was trying to lock down Carmen. Carmen is a black man, but you can't lock down him with nobody. He's not locked down with nobody. But she was trying. It's like she was trying to date. She was trying to get with a black man, and it didn't work out for her.
She always wanted a white man. She never cared for a black man. That's what I'm saying.
Carmen is a black man.
But Vels, I think what Underrated is saying, that if your loyalty, we talking about race loyalty.
Okay, you're always gonna be with a black person.
If you're race loyal, you're gonna. If there's many black men out here, it doesn't matter. She could have got with a black man from Africa. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, there's black people out here, and there's good black men. So I mean, you mean to tell me there's no black guy that she used to like in college or in the neighborhood? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying. This is question. Why did it have to be a rapper? These rappers, they sleep around. You know, okay? You know what I'm saying? So we already know. We already know these rappers, they're not loyal to women like that. But there are good brothers out here. But like Underrated said, if she wanted a black man, she could have got one. And then she could have got one because Serena. And guess what? Serena still would have been that sister around the way. Look at Serena around. She look like a white woman now.
Yeah, like she's bleaching her skin. Yes.
Yes. If she was with a brother, she would have still looking fine and looking like a sister like we see every day. I'm just saying that's
loyalty. No, I get it. No, I get what you're saying. The race loyalty. I don't think we practice that though. I don't think we push that race loyalty. I don't feel like that's a term that we really push.
They don't want to. And then let me say this stuff. Right? I know there are some men and some women that had kids, right? And I know that I can say I'm one of the few that I had my chances that didn't work out. You know what I mean? And I'm going to talk about that. Black men losing kids, how it has an effect on you. Why there's no safety net to help them? Well, I get to that in the future. But what I'm saying is this, that it has to be a certain time that, and I know that people don't like when I say this, when you have your already made families, right? Ain't nobody gonna want to deal with that. I'm saying right now. Now, if you're gonna deal with that, make sure you be on code with that. And so we find out that it's very important that if we said that we want a black man or we say we want a black woman, we got to work hard. I mean, sometimes we make certain choices, it catch up to us, and sometimes I'm not gonna deal with that. You can't get mad, and about this that no. If we want the black family to work, we got to go to a black man, black woman. We got to make some hard decisions. We got to get the toxicness out. We got to go back. The family's supposed to be. It's supposed to be about togetherness, not no independence. We got to stop as men. I know I say this. There's a lot of son husbands out there, daughters, fathers out here. We got to definitely get this straight now. I'm talking about as a man. There's a lot of son husbands out there. You know, hey, you got to deal with that. And these people into their 30s and 40s do not want to get checked. These are the same ones that they don't even know their fathers. These are the same ones that they don't have no male figure, or even if they have a male figure, they're not around a week. Then you got the mother's fathers, the same thing too. But see, they all about thinking about finance. Where's the growth about it being a grown up? And see, these are the things just that we got to talk about that people don't like to talk about. I know y'all talk about it, but I'm just saying other people don't want to talk about it. It's like this. Then you got to deal with some people around you. Say, oh, it's okay to do this. It's okay. You don't need this person or need that person and stuff like that. But at the same time, you think that person's gonna be there for you. Come to find out you getting old. Then all of a sudden you get up being by yourself. But when you got some good people around, you push them away. You treat them ain't nothing. And that also really breaks up the family further. It also causes a further division of the family. And so we have to go back and understand that they said, yeah, there are some families that raise us right, but there are some, they was also hurt too. And they refuse to correct their trauma. So they bring it on to their kids, and their kids get older. It's just a recycle, people continuing. But you got some people say you need to give them a break. But why a person get them a break if they're not ready to heal? And then you see it from your kids, or you see somebody from the family who wants to entertain that. Who wants to entertain that? But see, when you have people constantly in your ear, when you have people telling you, oh, this person ain't this and that, because that person doesn't have as much you have. But my mother always say, hey, if you put a few pins together, you're gonna get something. It's not all about building no more. It's all about certain positions or certain time that it's gotta work. But it takes time to build. Because the man and women is different. And we have to work on that too. Men and women is different. But see, we don't want to build because there has to be a certain time to make a decision. It has to be a certain time. Oh, that person don't have. So this will come down to it. If a person don't make it happen, let him go. Just let him go. Let him and her go. And it's okay. But you don't have no right to keep that person around while you holding on. That's not right. And it also causes division within the family. It causes a mighty division of the family. Now, this person, go to man or woman, they're gonna look at it like this and well, I don't want to deal with that. I'd rather stay over here. I put myself out there. I make the changes in my life. I'm being a better me and everything. Well, look what I got. I'm taking all this and everything, all the hurt, and getting done with it and everything. But you expect me to keep on separate. But this is what I'm saying. It causes the division of the family. And you cannot blame that person that wants to nah, I'm not dealing with that shit. But then we won't blame that person. Oh, you don't want to procreate something. Why want to be around a person that don't want to change? That still because when you don't deal with that trauma, you become the predator of your own mind. You think whatever toxic what you doing is good. And you got people say, yeah, that's all right. And see, we have to understand this though too. We cannot stop. We got to stop saying from the people from the hood is doing. There are people middle class and higher classes is part of it too. because they part of it too. Don't let the nice house, do not let the nice cars and fool you. Some of the majority of them are sometimes more toxic than people in the hood. But see, when we put $1 on it, they don't supposed to get no. Oh, they right. No, they're not. And that's when generation wealth comes into the picture. The generation wealth is not spending that it should. Because they feel they worldly inheritance going to get them by instead of have character, have morals and convictions. Stand up for the truth. So of course they're not going to show their kids that because they want to hold on to them because they ain't right. But they want to blame that other person. Oh, that person ain't doing that. But what about you? And so this is what I'm saying is a vicious cycle is keep on. And you know, when the Ferris wheel is going to stop. When the Ferris wheel is going to stop.
But we know that is the reality is that we know that these are scenarios that can happen, and all we can do is prepare people and make sure that they have the exposure. Because I feel that one of the major issues in low income communities is lack of exposure, right? Like how the brother that's into real estate, what's his name again? The content creator.
Alonzo Hall.
Okay, so Alonzo Hall, he has suggested that we could take the kids into martial arts. So the martial art place that I had tried to put my son in, it was just not the amount of money that they wanted was just not reasonable for me. So um if you don't have finances for some of these things, that could be a challenge, right? But I had taken my son to a free event at the Arthur Ashe stadium, so he could get exposed to tennis because they had did that for the community. But if you don't have those resources, you're priced out. Like some of these things, it's not free. They don't have it in your neighborhood, and you don't have exposure to it. And some of the things that you do have exposure to, um it might be limiting, but that's why they have it. Like they have exposure to basketball courts, because that's one of the things they advocate for in my community. So we have access to basketball court, and that's not for everybody's community, because some communities they don't even got that. But we have access to that for free. We have access for free swimming lessons. We have access to um you know a lot of things. But the martial arts, I personally hadn't been aware of a free program. I am aware of the boarding school, right? So I went to found out about the boarding schools do boys and girl club, right? So the boys and girls club had a counselor that talked about boarding school. And when they tell you the time frame of how your child is not in the home. No, my son is not my boyfriend, but I want my son with me, right? So I was only open to my son going to day camp. I didn't even let him go away to camp. Like he did get with some friends where he had went away with them, and he came back, thankfully, because of course I have a fear like he went out of the state. But that's not something that I was open to, nor did I want to. But yes, I agree that exposure is important. So they do have a fresh air fund where you get to send your kid off with a sponsor family, and the kid can be away for a couple of weeks during the summertime. But I was never interested in that because I fear, of course, fear is another problem for people, but I feared the possibility of sexual abuse, and in no way I could have any access to him, because he's gonna be away out of his, you know what I mean? Like I have no interest in having him go places where I don't have the ability to come and get them. So I'm only was comfortable in the city. And there's plenty of mothers that are afraid with the city, you know, because they, oh, he's gonna get killed, he's gonna get shot. You know, like I know mothers today that don't want their kids to travel on the train alone. But I didn't have a problem with that. I let my son do that, you know. But I believe exposure is important, you know.
What I'm saying is much that exposure is cool, but the exposure got to keep on going. And we find out that some of these kids, they get the exposure, right? It stops, right? They get comfortable, but you got to keep on exposing. See that the what difference from me, right? I love basketball, right?
Okay.
So I play basketball. But there are other things that was interesting. I played baseball, played football. I used to play baseball and football to condition myself to play basketball. And but at the same time, you know, I was in the summer youth program, so I was exposed to that. But I was always a person want to find out new things. And that's what like, you know, born and raised in New York City, in New York, it helped me a lot. You know, helped me a lot. The scholars was talking free, you know, in Harlem back in 1980s, in the 80s and stuff. Went to see them, and Harlem was black, you know, back then, and you know, and I went to other spots in New York City and stuff, and I was exposed to a lot of stuff, and also us as a people, we, you know, we was in different parts, you know, learn about ourselves as a people, and despite what the crack era was around. So I took advantage of it. Now there are some that live in the PJs and they didn't want to go around because that's what they wanted to be. Excuse me, but that's on them. They gotta deal with that. But I always took it upon myself to always learn, and directly and indirectly, I learned that from my parents. I learned that from other people. I even learned people in the hood that was doing drugs, that selling drugs. Yo, this ain't for you. Yo, I know a spot that you know.
Me too. Me too. That's
I know a spot.
experienced that with
I
the
know a
drug
spot
dealers.
you go
Yes.
to is free. All right, yeah, go book museum, man. They got some stuff for free. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The one I'm talking about, the one that's selling. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, the
what?
drug dealers. Yes.
That's what it was. So when people talk about drug dealing and they help all that because they know me, they don't want to be around. No, I don't want you to get out here and everything. I know your motherfucker. They go, look, go with there. Yeah, that's what it was. And I got family work there. You know, don't tell them I sent you and all that. And so that helped me a lot.
Yes.
Community, our
Yes.
people.
Community. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. That when people talking on that nonsense, I mean, I'm not saying that. Oh, I wasn't around. No, I was around a lot of shit. Oh, yes, I was. I was around a lot of shit. Like, oh shit. I around people was getting lit up right next to me. I ain't know. Lit up. Yo, brother
Well, you know what the
JT.
drug dealer said to me? I was passing out flyers in Ingersoll, right? And this drug dealer said, come over here for a minute. And he was like, this is for them, this is for the seniors, you know, this for my grandma. He said, let them do this. He said, because he said, they're not gonna let you go against the system. That's what the drug dealer said to me. He said, the system works. He said, they're not gonna let you go against the system. He said, all you're gonna do is get your, but see, he's talking fear though, but he was like, all you're gonna do is get yourself killed out here. He said, let them seniors do it. He said, don't worry about it. Let them seniors do this. He said, this for my grandma. He was telling me that. That's what he told me. I was passing out flyers. And he was like, nah, this for my grandma. He said, the system works. He said, they ain't going to let you go against the system. He said, they not going to let you go against the system. And you know that's still true. That's true.
That
The
is
system
true.
works. They
They
not
know
going to
what
let
you
you,
said.
but you can still do it. They not going to
Yeah.
let you, but you can fight. You just know you got to fight. That's all.
Only I just know it was one time. There's a few times. One time it came to my mind, right? I was in Coney Island, right? His brother, He had the same name, first name I did, so I ain't gonna tell you my first name, all right? He said, yo, you can't play in this tournament. I can't play in this tournament. Yo, bro. Nah, man, I gotta take you back to the train. They say, yeah, homie, man, let him take you back to the train. Well, tell me why I can't play. Y'all telling me, he said, bro, listen. He said, yo, trust me, bro. We don't want nothing to happen to you. And so one of the old guys came downstairs. He said, your brother named Mr. Tom Herschel Thomas? I said, yeah. Yeah, I know your pops, man. You know, we was in World War II together. I said, oh, shit. Yeah, you remember the GI Bill we wasn't getting? I said, yeah, younger part. He said, yeah, man, listen to the young ones, man. It's all right. I already talked to your father. Just go, let my people take you home. I mean, take you to the train. Because something is going down, bro. Yeah, Pops, man, we got to get you upstairs, man. We don't want nothing to happen to you. All right. And they have to walk him in the building.
Love.
They have to walk into the building. And I'm saying that, right? That was community. Hey, Pop, you gotta walk me upstairs. Yo, don't do nothing. They said, whatever you do, don't even do nothing to Pops. Get in the door, lock the door. I said, oh. I mean, I knew. So what happened was, my man, I said, yo, man, niggas violated, dog. What do you mean? Yo, I'm gonna tell you when we walked to the train, because they was on Surf right off West 29th. Now, if you know about those blocks are long. He said, let's walk up Mermaid. As he was telling me that one of the guys violated a Down syndrome little girl. And the guy, the one playing on the team, he knew the guy who did it, and he wasn't part of it. So I said, you don't have to tell me the rest, right? So her boom, boom, boom. Now, understand we left from 29th Street. We was on our way to 16th Street. We was walking the other way, so it wasn't no problem. He said, word, man. You know we cannot let that happen. I said, yeah. And so he walked to the train. And that's when I was living with my motherfucker at the terminal. He said, yo, man, if I don't put you in the cab, man. I said, no, matter of fact, no, it was at my grandma's house. I said, I was at my grandma's house, man. I'll put you in the cab and go to Brownsville, man. And he said, you just call me when you get to grandma's house. And I said, dang. I said, what about you, dog? Nah, I might have to be. He said, I might be out of town, man, for a few weeks. But what about your clothes and everything? Nah. I'm straight. You just call me when you get to the house. And I called, right? And I thought about it, right? When I was in the cab on my way back to Brownsville. On code. And I remember my father, he said, yeah, man, you got the call. I'm gonna give him a call. He said he told what happened. He said, yeah, man, yes, son, me and him. They was raised in Georgia. They from the same town, born and raised. I said, Dad, you remember the GI Bill? He said, yeah. We came in, we ain't get no GI Bill, son. So I settled. I was in Connecticut one time, and I met your mother, but he settled in Coney Island, and so, but it was on code. He said, nah, Pop Deuce, you can't, you ain't trying to talk to him to leave and everything. Guy ain't money, that Pop, don't worry, but we gonna take care of that, man, And at the same time, when we talk about community stick together, And
But they still do that.
but I mean, like with them back then, I was like, yo, I'm like, and I thought about when I was in Brownsville, and I thought about these guys was not playing, and he asked the team, yo, Shali, man, we playing this game, coach. Please take them out, man, because it's going to get big. It's going to get, you know. But as I told people, man, like, yeah, y'all, it's real out here. The coast is not even there when it used to, man. They ain't there. They ain't there. Just like we talking about this Indian guy, right? There's no code.
Well, he's loyal to the Democrat Party. It's for the people to see that all they doing is just changing the face, but it's the same thing. That's why it was crazy. You see how the Democrats split in three. You had Eric Adams, a Democrat running under independent ticket, and then Cuomo running under the Democratic. He's a Democrat running under the independent ticket. That means they split the party in three. Why didn't they just tell them to stand behind Zoran? He was He was the Democratic Party pick. They always make
Oh,
everybody else
yeah,
drop
those
down.
zeros.
Why did they make them drop down? They supposed to make them drop out. They not
Yeah,
supposed to run.
zeros for what? Why the fuck? Did you read what he all about?
You Zoran?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no interest in Zoran.
I ain't dropping no Zoran. You crazy? Zoran, you better drop from Adams. You see, that's what I'm saying with the brother talking about. They don't go.
No, no, there's no, not with Democrats. Democrats' code is to protect it. I feel like they have decided to go anti-American, and their focus is on the immigrants. That's why they go hard for making sure
Immigrants and the
that the
LGBT.
DACA. But remember, they was going hard for DACA. They want those kids to be educated for free, right? They go hard for DACA. Then everything they go crazy for is for immigrants, not for Americans. They have lost that. They've lost that. And a lot of the, if you look at a lot of the Democratic Party electeds, they're almost none of them are Americans anymore. Because our public advocate Jamani in New York, he is a Caribbean black. He's not an American black. We got so many Caribbeans, and they care, and they want to put our resources into Caribbean things, not American. So that is the Democratic Party now. And it's like, I don't understand why American blacks have allowed that to happen. I think it's because of ignorance. Like, I think they just see it as a black man. I mean, they call people that's clearly not black, you know? As long as all you got to do is play up to us. As long as you play up to us, we good.
That's right.
We're all about the antics. That's all. Make sure that they have their block parties and their recognition for whatever they value, and they good. And that's not good. That's not enough.
But throughout the years, the Caribbeans never respected African descent in New York anyway. They
But
never
the
respect
Democrats
us.
still push them. But you still push. They still push, like that guy. He's running for mayor. He said that he used to work for Obama. All of these, a lot of the people that we have in position were all with the Obama campaign, but we didn't see them. Our Senator Claudette Claire, was all for Obama, and she's a senator. Where does she come from? And she has the Michelle Obama Democratic Club. You know how, like, all of our Democratic elected officials, they always have a Democratic club because they're gonna need the people to help them campaign when it's time for their campaign run. And they all have their own club. Eddie Gibbs have a club. All of them have their own clubs. But see, I don't feel like they promote it. It's all secret society kind of nonsense. Like, they always doing stuff like, it's like, if you're not in the know, you're not going to know. You know what I mean? So then, doesn't that mean since I'm not invited to the table, doesn't that mean I'm the mill? I mean, they not letting you know about it. So then that means I'm the one. I'm the one that is is the mill. I'm the one on the plate because they didn't invite me. They didn't let me know about it. I'm not unaware. I'm not in the know because
So,
I
so let me
didn't
ask
sponsor it
you,
$500 or more for their campaign. Because you see, it's all about money. When it really comes down to it, it's gonna go by the money.
let me ask you a question though, and I'm gonna throw the brother right here. How do you feel how they treated Ed Adams? Do you think he had it coming to him? Yo, feel.
I feel that Eric got in trouble due to the fact that he started talking against the Biden campaign when it came to him being overwhelmed by the influx of migrants. He started saying that this is due to the Biden campaign. That was this X immediately that was the X on him because he targeted it. The president, everybody that targeted Biden got into trouble. Clooney, everybody. Like, I mean, anybody that said Biden isn't doing a good job, they got on the S list. And then he started saying that this got to stop. Y'all bringing in too many people. So he had stopped the buses. He stopped them from bringing the migrants in via bus, and then they started putting them on Amtrak. And then
Mm.
when they started bringing them in on Amtrak, then he really got mad because they wasn't trying to listen to him as a mayor. He had already said we had taken in more than we can handle because we started having guys just standing outside in the cold. It was snowing, and the people were just standing there at the enrollment centers because they were saying that they didn't have any room for them. They gotta wait, so they just would stand there. And he was like, "Listen, I got too many. We can't handle no more of them, right?" But they wasn't trying to hear that. They started trying to bring him in other avenues, and that's when he just full blown went off on the leadership in the Democratic Party. And then next thing you know, they said somebody from in his one of his staff members was the one who had said that he was embezzling money or whatever. It was due to one of his staff members. That's what got him into the federal investigation. And Eric Adams said, "Oh, this is just disgruntled staff member. They're making up all these wild claims. Nothing is true." But they was trying to push him out right then, and that's when he got into that relationship with Trump. Which why wouldn't he know Trump? Trump originally is a Democrat. Like I hate when people talk about Trump like as if he wasn't a Democrat. Trump was a Democrat longer than he's a Republican. Trump is from the Democratic Party. That was his main party. His party was Democrat. He couldn't win the presidency under Democrat, so he just changed his party. That's all he did. So of course everybody knows Trump because he's originally from the party. He ran for president under the Democrat. He couldn't get in. So then he decided, you know what? I'm going to change my party line, just like Cuomo and Eric Adams did for this run. All they did, since they didn't get the primary, they changed their party line under independent so they could still run because they couldn't run as a Democrat because the primary didn't pick them. We had our primaries and they lost.
Let me
So
read
since they
this.
still had time.
Yes,
Hmm?
let me read this. This is somebody put in the chat. Tariff destroyed where he said the Pandora Papers 2021 are 11.9 million documents that expose the secret bank accounts and holding of 35 leaders, total of $32 trillion USA. Well,
Oof,
we wasn't talking about
trillion.
that, but
Oof.
yeah, we wasn't talking about that. But thank you. Well, it don't surprise me this USA. But thank you.
The corruption always coming down to the money. They just show you how they can just leave their party. See how conveniently they left the party? Both Cuomo and Eric Adams left their party so they could still run. When New York, it never picks independence. They never go for independence. So that tells me that you doing it to lose. Like they just did it so they can have distractions. It's like we got Cuomo right now as an independent. We got several independents. Why would they only mention Cuomo? They only mention Cuomo and Eric Adams because they used to be Democrats. They changed their party. We have a whole bunch of people running under the independent party
Yeah,
line for
no.
mayor. They don't talk about them. No, they only talking about these two because of the fact that they were disgruntled Democrats that didn't get the pick. So they're being rogue Democrats, not supporting the Democratic primary pick, which was Zoran. They supposed to be endorsing him, not running against him.
Or it could be like this. They probably telling the truth about the Democrat Party and they didn't like it.
Well, all I know is that to me, it's like they playing good cop, bad cop. And you know, in the game of good cop, bad cop, they the same thing.
Yeah, but why
They
they
just
don't want
playing
to?
the
But
people.
this the question is, and then brother, I want you to get into it, but I'm gonna close out in a few minutes. Why? They, all right, the Zord, I mean, why they don't want to? There got to be something wrong. Why they don't want to support this idiot guy? It got to be something. It's got to
They
be
want to
something,
be it.
huh?
Because they want to be it. They didn't think they think that the Democratic Party did them dirty. And they did. They got mad with Cuomo. Cuomo got caught up in that damn scandal. So they was like, "Psh, forget him." And Cuomo been out. Cuomo is not in any kind of, he's not holding any political position at all. You know, it's not unlike Zoran. Zoran is an assemblyman. Cuomo is the only one out. Eric Adams is our current standing mayor. Eric Adams was forced to step down. So okay, Eric said, "Okay, forget it. I'm out. I'm not in it." But yet, when you go to the ballot, when you go to the polls, his name is there. So I just hope for the people, because you know you want to believe that everybody knows, but I feel like people are gonna still circle that in because they see his name there. But again, it's as an independent. Independents don't win in New York. So it's just all distractions. You know what I mean? It's games. It's these crazy games that they playing for some reason. Just to get all as many votes away from the person running against the Democratic Party.
You
That's
still
that's
there?
that's my answer.
Got you. Are you still there, bro?
Yeah, guy, he's asking you.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm about to
Okay,
step
yeah.
out a little bit.
All right, so
But yeah, but
all right, no. So make your after he's finished, make your last one more. 12, make your last one. Stay right there. I'll make my quick last one. We're gonna close out the family because this is about the.
yeah, well, first of all, I want to say as far as this Mayor Adams um guy, I don't. Yeah, I remember. That's true.
Breaking up, bro.
Said no. Um, I don't. I guess he was forced, or he felt like he was helping. I don't know what was his reasons for accepting those immigrants to come in like that, because it caused a whole nother mess. And so that was a bad decision on him. And like I said, when you take money from people, that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I do what I say. So yeah, yeah. So when he said no, I'm not taking no more this and that, then somebody was just like, okay, we got to get him out of office. You know. So yeah, you know. So honestly, I realize. I mean, we got to be careful of he's an ex-cop. You know, that's another thing too. So I never really trusted him. I think he's a coon in my opinion. We don't really have we will never have a solid mayor. I think the only mayor that I would say I kind of was Bloomberg. I met Bloomberg. I got a picture shaking his hand. So I think Bloomberg was to me a good mayor. Um, um, so and but that's a whole nother story. But yeah, but other than that, um, yeah, I think we should have a. I think we next time we should have a really good. If we're gonna have a black mayor, we should have a black mayor that's really solid and really strong minded. So, but with that said, underrated. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
12 Vels. I mean, 12 L's. Yo, everything you said, you was on point. Man, this was a good program. I'm gonna say this was a good program. This was a good program, and we covered everything. I think we pretty much covered everything. We spoke about this guy. Um, we know this guy is false, and then I think we might have to do so now. If we do bring it on TikTok and we challenge people, they will have to explain. They will explain it because now we got the receipts. So they can't. No one can defute what we saying. So, but that's how it is. So yeah, but
I'm telling you like
this was
this.
a good
I think
program, brother.
well, I went
It's
to
out there, yeah,
12 Vels.
yeah, it's out there. And you know, people gonna create stuff. They're gonna create things and say, "Oh no!" But did you know that he was gonna build a he was gonna build apartments on the moon? You know, like they. I mean, that's how stupid people would say things like that. Like they'd be like, "What? What are you talking about?" So people will create things, and we got to be prepared for that too. So, but yeah, but other than that, thanks for having me, brother. Sister Vels, it's good to hear from you. I love your wisdom. Man, you definitely, you definitely had spread some that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, everything you said was on point. So yeah, with that said, I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody in the chat for
Thank you
keeping
so
it
much.
live. Oh, you're welcome. D Love, thank you for being active. So and everybody else who was in the chat being active. But thank you.
Yeah, stay right there, bro. We can close the film. All right, 12 hours. Last remarks, please.
I always enjoy being on the panel over here, and I just again want to stress that I want both you and Guy and all male content creators to stay encouraged to use your platform to share your thoughts because I feel that it's impactful and effective, and I feel that people need to have that as a resource and have accessibility to it. And the more authentic and true to yourself you are on your platform, I feel that it'll reach the people that need it and it'll be effective and impactful because the reality is, for me, is that a lot of people assume that people know things. They think that they're being exposed to it and they're not. And um, the more that we break things down for people and we educate them, like somebody had did a video explaining about grifters and how they are in the political realm there to be agitators and and they called Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton a grifter. But the reality is that they explained it, broke it down, and when I see them, I recognize them now. Now I recognize when I see somebody that's just there to not only take the person off topic, but that they're benefiting from it. They've been paid to come to somebody's event and um just disturb it, act up, and it's all a part of the political game. And the more people understand it and know what's being played, the more we gonna make them work. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't feel one of the things I think is interesting about Zoran is that I don't feel that he's doing a song and dance for us. I don't like that he doesn't present himself with his wife. Zoran is a married man, and like we was talking earlier about the importance of family. When a person doesn't stand with his wife or his family, I'm concerned about it because that's what one of our core values is family. So when you see Curtis Lever, he's usually oftentimes on camera with his wife. And that's what we would have again in Gracie Mansion. Because when we had David Dinkins, he was the first black mayor. We had a family in that house because David Dinkins was married. Um, Unfortunately, when we've been electing people that either they've divorced, like Cuomo, he's divorced, he was married, he divorced,
Hmm.
or they just playboys. They're not into family at all. They're still playboys, and they in their 60s. I mean, we're dealing with older people, and they don't want to settle down. Bloomberg is not married, so I just think that it's interesting how Zoran is a married man. I don't really believe that he has a traditional marriage since he does go for the LGBT. I think that a lot of times um the Democrats like to give this facade, but when you go inside it's a different story. So it's a facade. Some people, they just get married just so they can be in certain political arenas, but it's not a real marriage. It's a sham. It's just for a decoration. And I think that Zoran isn't showing us his real self. I feel that he's playing the game. And another reason why I feel that way is because he is a Muslim, and he comfortably stands on the pulpit of Christian churches. Now, we're not saying that they don't merge. They don't work together, because Malcolm X was a Muslim, and he worked with Christian based Martin Luther King Jr. But I don't like when a person comes into a house of worship and he's like playing up using Bible scriptures. This man he'll quote the Bible. Where when you have um Yusuf Salam, Councilman Yusuf Salam, he quotes the Quran. Okay. He also uses terms that Muslims use, and he holds meetings in the mosque. If you don't like to be in the mosque, you can't be with him, because he gonna have something. You gonna have to go to the mosque. So I just think that it's interesting when you have people really, really hiding components of themselves when they have a public platform. And I don't trust that. Like, Zoran started wearing traditional Muslim attire, and he's dropped all of that. Wear a suit. He wears a suit. He doesn't. You have to go into his history to see him walking around like he really is. So I just think that you can't trust somebody that is um is hiding parts of themselves. And for that, I would definitely discourage people from voting for Zoran. We still have early voting. Early voting is tomorrow. It's the last day, and then the real major date is Tuesday the 4th. So if you haven't voted, I do encourage you to vote, and I encourage you to vote, Saliva. Thank you again for having me on
All right. Thank you. Stay right
Underrated.
there. Yeah, stay right there. Thank you. My thing is today that we should learn from this, that we gotta get ourselves together as people, and we should create space that a black man could say what he has to do, and a black woman should say something. But today, this Indian guy caused a stir in New York politics. And let me say this, and I was saying with brother Nollywood, if he get elected, he's not getting what you want. Don't cry. Don't cry. My thing is let's keep on working. Let's keep on. Let's keep on because the enemy is still out there, and the ones that still want to work with the enemy, tell them to go in the corner. On behalf of my child, Underrated Darkness, yours truly, the number one grinder. One of the best kept secrets on it. I might go back on TikTok in a few hours. I want people to see my face. I love TikTok. I really do. I love TikTok, so I might get back on. I might go back on TikTok tonight. You know, I love TikTok. TikTok's my best friend. TikTok's all right. 12. You should jump on TikTok. Serious. Oh yeah. Oh, what you? Think about it. Brother Guy Nollywood, you still there? Oh, he dropped off, but you don't TikTok. I'm telling you. I get on TikTok. I be like, think, sir, Ocho something. But understand this, y'all, that, and I'm talking to Black before I get off, right? Because the brothers, we got to get ourselves together too. We got to get ourselves together. You know that. Black woman, the black man, you say you want to provide a black man is not just a check. We're more than that. We help nourish your families. If you say that you want to be a better, it's got to come from you. You got to make that change. You got to heal within yourself first. Now, wherever man hurt you, I'm sorry. That you know. Got to heal yourself. Because what happened right now, you ain't helping. And black man, same thing. You got to heal. I know because I healed with them myself. And then wherever help is there, I got, but look at me right now. Us as people, we listen, there's a battle we got to fight. We gotta be ready. And that's all I'm saying. On behalf of my channel, Underrated Darkness, yours truly, the number one grinder, one of the best kept secrets on social media. This is the last of the grind, the 23rd Saturday family talk, and we've been on here almost hour and a half, almost 4.5 hours. But it's good though. It's good though. You're not gonna really see me on that much on YouTube because I own my own thing. But don't worry, I'll put some on YouTube. Don't worry about it. I'll put some on it. Facebook fam, thank you so much. Thanks you. I always forget about you. I'm sorry, but yo, thank y'all so much. But it ain't got no good. Not. It's not. So see you later. Let's be good to each other. Good afternoon. Going to good afternoon. Going to good evening. It's the 1st of November. Be careful that things go get critical out here. So let's protect ourselves. You live by yourself or you're not, your family. Protect yourselves. Very important because the crazies is out there and they don't care. Man or woman. Man and woman. Something. They don't care. Careful out there. Thank y'all. See you next time. This is what it goes. Peace.